no! Okay. So as you might guess, if you were looking at the chat, I have, like, with the help of 2 other people, been trying to make my code more, like, approachable for everyone to use. And so today I did a thing. I decided that I was like, okay, I'm just gonna put this straight into my... I'm just gonna run it for my stream and see if it works. We'll see where it breaks, and where it breaks, we're gonna fix it. Yay! That being said, I'm looking at it right now. And, Ryan is one of the people who's helping me. So, Ryan is definitely going to be able to... Yeah. Ryan is going to be able to assist. So, Ryan, for your, like, for your measure, none of the video players opened up, so that's basically cutting out, like, a lot of the audio and video playing. So yeah, none of the players started up, so yeah, the MPV players did not start. That's probably the Robert you added. Yeah, that does make sense. That does make sense. Yay! And this is why we go through and test things. That being said, something else that got added that's like the main appeal of like someone else helping me that I was like struggling with is that Ryan helped add a control panel where I could activate any of the redeems like just within the code, not even having to go through Twitch. I could just activate the redeems. Granted, it does drain imagination points, which is a bit, yeah. But still, it also adds imagination points, so that's a good thing. Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna play a game. Yeah. We're gonna play a game with the understanding that, like, ways the code breaks today are, like, things that we will work on fixing. A little bit like a live test as well. How's my controller? My controller is missing. Right. It's kind of hard to play a game if you can't control it. Yeah. Oh, there you are. Yeah. Okay. So the MPV player doesn't work. Code ever print app ID works. Curious if the live underscore platform.py work. Let's check. I see. Let's see what I'm looking at. Oh my gosh. Shadow Labyrinth is another game that wants the full screen. This is gotta be difficult. Whatever. So we're looking for app ID works. Oh yeah, it did. It did print app ID works. So yeah. Let's see. Before stream, I redeemed something that costs like 1,000. It deducted that. Well, I added another 1 point. After, like, you know, going in and manually changing the text file, it's like, okay, cool. What I need to do in the future is add, like, some kind of field in the control panel to, like, be able to manually change, like, well, be able to change the amount of points without having to open up the file. That's... But anyways. I am also just kind of looking to the side and just being like, ah, where's the stuff? Where's the stuff? Where's the wrapper? I lost track of where the wrapper is. Shadow! Oh, I'm excited for this one. um. Okay, but game, you're going to have to. That behavior is a problem. Borderless widescreen, please. Also, you're not letting me use my controller. That's a problem. But hi. Can you hear this? Yes, you can. Hi. Great. Oh, I'm so down. I need to check the settings first. Gameplay. It's all gameplay? Window mode, full screen. Order us. There we go. Update settings. Yes, there we go. Now I can click out. Oh god. Gamepad has a bunch and then it's like, hey, the pause menu. Oh dear. Oh, okay. That's not registering my controller either. That's not... This is potentially a problem. Not sure why the video players aren't working then. It's supposed to fall back to the real MPV instead of the dummy one. I have a suspicion. Oh my gosh. Okay, game. I do not want to use the keyboard for this. I do not want to use the keyboard for this. We have an immediate issue. The immediate issue is, hey, can I please use my controller? May I use my controller? Not sure why the video control. Oh, right, yeah. So here's what I suspect. I'm taking a look at some of these things, and, well, aside from, like, the lots and lots of red from, like, hey, this stuff isn't, like, represented in other things. You know, whatever. Fine, the code is running. It's not like that was... Yeah, we'll figure out it's a problem later. It's fine. I suspect that when the code is trying to run the player controls, it's like that layer of abstraction is working against you there. Why are you not? Game? Please grab my controller. Please grab my controller. Please grab my controller. That's not... That's not... Game. Okay, step number 1, we check if the controller is connected. I didn't expect the game to go through and begin to, like, say, I don't want to work. You're testing out your code. I don't want to work either. He's like, nah. Anyways, let's see. Settings for controllers. Have enable Steam input for Switch Pro controllers. Yep, I use the Switch Pro controllers. Okay, we go into Shadow Labyrinth and we say, hey, can I make sure this uses a controller? Absolutely. Okay, so it says Xbox controller enabled, general setting. PlayStation enabled, set by developer. Everything else is enabled, always required, always required. Okay. Try importing MPV in the event collection and using it for the players again to see if the abstraction layer is issued. Yeah. Could. Actually, I can do that right now. Let me just do that. Go to event collection. Gotta find the right one. No. And event collection. Or NPV. Where is it put anyways? MPV is not access. It says unused, but that's fine. Ah! Hi, Lily. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing good. Hi. Hi. Okay, well, the stream window opened. The players did not. Frick. Well, that's unfortunate. But I could test to see if the readings are full. I could just... How you been? Yeah! Oh, that file with MPV, not MPV. Yeah. We are being a bit, we are struggling. I mean, okay, right, as long as the only things he changed was that layer of abstraction and that all the rest of the code is still there, it'll be fine. Jackie. Oh, hi! I am fixing things. I kind of figured that stuff with... Oh yeah, it opened everything. It's fine. Yeah. I kind of figured that, like, changing my code would cause this to happen, but, like... This is what I have to do if I want to make the code generally available to more than just me. Or streamers. Anyways, yeah, now it should be up. This game is about learning how to code by giving me problems. So, this game is giving me a different problem. My controller is not connecting, and I'm hoping it'll fix itself. Veteran mode. Okay, but I just entered veteran mode. I was like, can I change? Nope, apparently not. Enemy aircraft incoming. Sections 45 through 67 of the hit deploy the departure while Guy emergency routers eliminate the enemies. Game in particular isn't like that, but there are games like that, yeah. This game is Pac-Man. Guy roll out. Yeah, this is Pac-Man. This is a Pac-Man game. Okay, apparently using the keyboard. Show was Jay. Okay, so that's what I'm doing. Hazard guy, prepare for descent. Stand by at the designated location. Even larger UIMS is approaching. All I know is that this is dark sci-fi Pac-Man, and I can vaguely see the Pac-Man in the middle of that robot. Let's go. Uh-oh. That's a problem. Hello. I don't know how to jump. Oh, there we go. I can jump. Whee! Behold, it is a Pac-Man. Madness with Jaws! Yeah, the spark fit response is increasing. No way, it's a wave. Yay! That's supposed to be a ghost? I don't know. All I know is I don't know. But this is indeed made by Bandai Namco and is part of the Pac-Man series, so. It has mixed reviews on Steam, so if it's bad, I'm just gonna enjoy the absurdity of it. But if it's good, I'll be happy. Awaken.
Where?
Wake up. Go behind a Pac-Man lore. So am I. I'm just like, what the heck? I'm sad about my controller not working, but that, yeah, whatever. Okay. Hi. Every yellow orb is so suspicious. Oh my gosh. Yes. Yes. There he is. There's our boy. The laugh is so strong. I stopped the after. Yeah, I'm just. This is makes attempt number 8. Okay. My name is the Pac-Man. Call me Puck. I'm the one who summoned you here. Hi, Pac-Man. Are you alright? Can you move? Hi, Pac-Man. HP tank, a special container filled with HP restoring material. Can only use as many as you have on hand. Okay. Medicate. Restore HP. Requires 1 HP tank per year. Great. Looks like you need some healing. Item you found contains nano herb, a potent healing serum. By using it, F to medicate. Yeah. Good, you're all healed up. You disintegrate if you run out of health, so be careful. Hi, Pac-Man. Doing. Okay, so I can dash, I can interact. Well, I can kind of dash. Alright, summon your soul here. Can't use it any longer, though. Looks like you're not having any trouble moving. Oh. Something I want you to do. Let's keep on going. Yay! This is what's known as a Miku soul. That paragraph reminds you of the floating yellow robot character called Laptrap from that Tatsune Miku, no! It's a highly versatile device, good for data storage, physical enhancement, and plenty of other useful functions. You should also be able to refill the healing agent you used here. Now, what we're looking for is still ahead. Follow me. Okay. New mode has been added. Okay, what's the new mode? Explorer mode. Okay. No contact damage from enemies, with some exceptions. Fort past difficult terrain after several failed attempts. No, I want to play the game. I'm okay with that. I gotta return. How did your Wi-Fi help you out? Got it. Yep. Oh, my upgrade system. Well, I have no resources. Wait, check resources. Okay. That happened. Okay. Sure. Yeah. If you jump already, you can jump longer distances. Okay. I don't. Game? What is that? What do you mean by if I jump while running? I don't. This is it. Take the sword, number 8. Yes. The classic Pac-Man formula. Get a sword. Checked it as well. What to do? Oh, hi! What's happening? Oh. Is that active? I guess you're meant to use it like a prosthetic arm. Okay. Alright then, tries that to pick up the sword again, number 8. Okay. Yeah! I have a sword. I have a sword in the dark sci-fi Metroidvania Pac-Man game. Okay. With slash attack that uses the ESP sword, you can chain up to 3 attacks. Okay. Okay. Nothing to it, huh? I finally found a match! Good for you, Pac-Man. I've waited for this day. Finally! Come with me. I'll take you places filled with things that deserve to meet the end of that sword of yours. You can set actions with J, tilt. This is clearly meant for a controller, but it's still not responding to my controller. This thing has been here for ages, and now we play. I don't know. First, I check my. Okay, that's an S and then J. I thought that was a 5 for a second. I was like, what? Wait. Wait. Okay, it's not. It's just. It's at the same time. I am not a fan of that. What's up with that Oloid? Wow. Gosh, they're... What combos are this? I don't know. While jumping... Great. This is very fundamental game. Consecutive attacks. Ah, I can destroy the walls. Dodge. Yeah! Assume ESP to... It's not mana, it's not stamina, it's ESP. Okay. Ah, heckies. It's not working. Yep, okay, so, now I checked the code. Yeah, didn't get anything. It got nothing for guided input time. This is a fun stream. This is a fun stream. This is a fun stream. You are having fun. Listen to me, fun is being had. I just gotta take a look at my code and be like, okay, let's see. Let's update drivers, make sure Steam control thing is active. Yeah. Let's see. Guided input time should work, but it's not. So let's... It didn't even print guided input time. Nope. It did not. So let's put the control panel here. Could have loaded all the redeem. But I'm just checking to make sure, like, things are happening. Oh yeah, I do remember I noticed you changed how the press and the play stuff work. Right, like in the code, when I was looking at it earlier, I was like, ah, press and play. The press and release stuff. Okay, let's see if I can find right about here. Change a bunch of this. That's another thing that goes into that platform layer. Yeah, I have a question. And this is a burning question based off of everything I've seen so far. Where is platform _ access? I can't see it. That could explain a lot if, like, that didn't... Oh my gosh, what if that wasn't part of the... I need to check the Solution Explorer. Let's... Oh, dog's eat outside. Yay! Should be in the same folder as all the code? Let's see. I don't see it. It could be that this is one of the fundamental problems of this code, is that, like, I am missing... oh, there we go. Platform access. Yeah, I'm not seeing it added. Hang on. I could just add it manually. Hi, Oreo. We are dog sitting for somebody. Let's see if I can... Let's see. Add... From... Huh. Thought it was just... Uh-oh. If you need to tell visual code about... Visual Studio. All your files explicitly. Yeah, then you had like 5 files. Oh, that would explain a bunch. Yeah, that would explain a bunch. Well, could you do that real quick? I would have to stop the code. Hi. So now we're taking a quick opportunity to take a look at code. Add existing item. What did you add? 5_platform.py apparently random. We checked before. That was a new. Yeah. I'm just gonna grab stuff. Live_platform, platform_access, platform_setup, board_queue. I'm assuming the SL_WebSocket is new, right? I don't see ytchat.py. So let's so add. Go. That was there before for Streamlabs. I didn't see it though. Okay. So. Let's see if this works. Throwing in the code. Again. Ah, the journey of making your code. Making code that is generally usable for other people is difficult. Redeem.py is new. That whole typing folder too, but those are just for type checking. Okay. I did not add that one, frick. Let's hope it's fine. Yeah. Okay. So. This types 2. Okay. So we should be fine? We should be fine? We're okay? If I start up this game and then we run into like, hey, something breaks. Oh! I see what's happening. Not connecting to Twitch. That would do it. That would do it. Okay. That explains a lot. It's not connecting to Twitch at all. So let's go to regular shenanigans. This is where it should connect to Twitch. Oh, I see what you did. Twitch is in the platform layer too. Okay, so at some point, this platform layer got completely disconnected from everything. Live platform file. Got it. Let's check. Okay, there's all this stuff for the Twitch. Okay. Actually, something that's very important. It should... Basically, I do wonder. The program itself should be opening up the endpoint, you know, without pulling on any other resources. Oh no, I have tricked people into watching me. Code! Ow! Did Engrok start? It... I do want to check something. So, I can think of a couple reasons why I'll be having trouble with this. One particularly big reason is that regular stream shenanigans is the main file. Like, everything runs off of that. That's the centralized. So, separating everything from the centralized appears to have created issues. That is there. That is there, so... At the bottom of this code, yeah. God. Oh, wait. That's like... Ron receives imagination. Yep, so this starts that. If is in dummy mode. Skipping Engrok thread. Wait. Did I accidentally leave it in dummy mode? Skipping Engrok thread never got printed. I don't think it did. It accidentally just showed the app ID and app secret. Fuck. Dummy mode is controlled by a client argument. I could print the app ID and app secret? Shouldn't. Because if I just did, I'm gonna have to change that now. Which is... yeah. Hang on, I can take a look at what it said. Those might have just been the tokens? They might have been. I am going to quickly check it against the app ID and app secret. Just so I can be certain. No, those are not the app ID and app secret. Okay, cool. Those are just tokens. They're just tokens. It's fine. I didn't just compromise the security of my computer. What are you talking about? Okay. Skipping Engrok thread never got... Everything with the platform layer is not working. That much is for certain. I have a suspicion that, it's not running at all. Like, regular stream shenanigans is the main file that gets run. Since it is importing everything from event collection and commands, those are getting run. Right, those are getting run completely, like those entire files are being... These are not. Platform access and platform setup are not. If I take a look at those, you see, did that AppD works? That is now only in live platform. Yeah. I wonder. Could be. that is. Well, it's not the live platform. It's maybe add more prints in that file. So, it's not starting the connection at all. It's not starting the connection. Yeah, yeah. I think I see the problem. Allow me to see if I can find the documentation for it. Ah! Okay. Because if I remember correctly, it's... Which API wants to be started in the, like, in the main loop? And with this code, we are completely separating it from the main loop, which seems to be causing a problem. It's not on the main thread. It's... I'm talking about the main file. I forget the exact name of it. Regular sheep shenanigans is main. That's what I mean. The place where it'll connect to Twitch. Banshee point, yeah. Maybe? The place where it'll connect to Twitch is not housed within any alternate files or within any, like, definitions or classes. It is just run. Or, hang on. I have my other version of the code up, so I can compare it. Where does it start? Where does it connect to? Because I might just be talking out of my ass. Oh yeah, it makes all the... It has... Yeah, it sets up everything as global objects that can be used anywhere. Maybe that's the problem. Yeah. I thought the Twitch API doc specifically said that, but I couldn't find it in, like, trying to quickly look for it. But yeah. Global authentic objects there. That's how it has to work, so I guess we could start in the first one and pass it down to the platform and only do that if we aren't in done code? Maybe. I'm trying to compare it to, like, the code that I know works, because I have... The code that I know works is put in a separate place in these, like, the GitHub repository. Which is really good! It's just keeping things safe. That's why I was, like, so quick to merge everything. Because I felt confident. Yeah, I think the platform layer broke it. That's what I'm mostly getting from here. The platform layer doesn't appear to be running at all. Um, let's so asyncio.run received imagination. So received imagination. Raw user await platform.get redeem owner. It didn't do this either. It didn't authenticate anything. Await platform.authenticate. It didn't do this either. It should always authenticate. Like, it didn't do this either. It should always authenticate for the chatbot, and it... How did you define platform? Import a platform from platform access. So let's take a look at platform access. How it's accessing that. It's in somewhere. Did print those tokens by those authenticate calls. Yeah. Class platform protocol. Press release. Is there anything in here that actually does stuff? Yeah. This is defining what it has and what methods it has. It could just be accessing the dummy platform. Ryan, I have a question. How do you turn on and off the dummy mode? That's what I want to know. Like, where in this code did you put, like, turn on or off the dummy mode? Also, this worries me. This worries me a lot. Args up high. Got it. That's another new file. That is in bunny mode. Dummy mode equal. Okay, but this isn't accessible from like starting the program. So I've added a bunch of new files. That file's imported in Redemption. That could be part of the problem. it's not connecting to Twitch. It's just not connecting to Twitch. It says app ID works at the very beginning, and then it's not connected to Twitch. Well, I'm gonna take one last brief look over the entirety of it, and then I'm gonna use the code that I know works. I legitimately don't know if arg.py doesn't have anything that's it's if arg dummy mode or quick start stop mode. Where did he put that file? Not under args. args.py, because we're looking at that. Which file? What if the sys.argv? I think. Wherever you're storing the is in dummy mode or isn't in dummy mode. Wherever that is, I want to take a look at that. I'm not seeing it. This.argv is a standard library thing. So, something that you run from the command line? It's a standard way to look at what got passed to the program. Okay. So you ran everything through a command line, and I'm trying to open it just through the code editor. Guessing that's probably part of the problem? I will fully admit right now, I am not. That is the amount of I can handle this at the moment that I can do. I'm gonna run my code that I know works. Getting back playing the game, but yeah, we experimented. Have a look at the README file. There's an example of how to run it with the CLI. I'll take a look at the README file just right now. readme.md. Using the Visual Studio file. Lots of stuff, lots of updating dependencies. For the special case of Ubuntu Linux, this has been it could be an OS issue. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Well, whatever. It's okay. We tried. I grabbed controller, I tried to get it working, didn't. Yeah. That's the crouch. While crouching, press. Right. All the redeem events go through the event subway. Yeah. like, that's where Twitch tells me a redeem happens. The code we were testing didn't connect to Twitch at all, though. Like, there was no attempting to get through the authentication and such. Not on running, so I'll take a look at that later. For now, though, I'm just like, this isn't a programming stream. I actually turned it into a programming stream for a little bit because I got excited about trying code. Yeah. What if I just go, Abba? No. Okay. It's just like, it just occasionally hits me. This is Pac-Man. This is a Pac-Man game. Yay. I'm just like, what even? Well, iWorks. The other buttons don't. Maybe if I drop down a little bit? I guess I could look a little bit right. Ah! Uh-oh. I guess I'm trying to fight. I switched back to the working code. It printed the tokens. It didn't. I gotta say this, Ryan. A big red flag is that it never asked me to authenticate with Twitch. Which Twitch almost always wants you to authenticate it with it. Which means either the tokens that are stored within are old, which could be the case, but then it should always, without fail, ask to authenticate with the chatbot. It doesn't even, yeah. Means I don't think it actually did what you thought the code would. Might have had the wrong tokens? Don't ask me how exactly, but it seems to have linked with the Miku soul we found earlier. Yeah. Don't ask me how. It's just frick. Go to the old seeing eye womb of the abyss. Uh-huh. This is... I have 44, so they don't have enough, but whatever. I can't seem to double jump. I would actually prefer it if my controller worked. Time to say goodbye to this awful prison. Don't you worry about anything other than swinging that sword until that thing is dead. That will pave the way. Barrage stuck. Yes, save his Pac-Man character, Barrage Sakato. Whee! Yeah! Hi. Oh, come on, get back here. Ow! Okay, fine. Thank you for getting back here. Yeah. Da-da-da. Wow. Yay. I didn't think he'd go down so quickly. Alvin. Fucking Pac-Man. What is happening? What? What do you mean? Wait! Wait! I see. And phase shift allows you to phase shift a mini puck, raises internal density to allow D-line jumps. Oh no. You're just like having your bodily freedom taken away? But you'll have to eat to gain power. Like it or not, you're coming with me. Next we head to the volcano. I need to retrieve something very important that slipped through my fingers 30 years ago. Transformer debates. Oh my gosh. Oh, I ran along it. You could jump with space. Brake by holding F. Change automatic movement, manual movement with L. N turns the jump trajectory guide on off. A attack, revert to sword fighter, and perform as spirit. Okay. Practice? Yes. In areas that require frequent basic jumps, auto movement is recommended as eliminates the need for manual movement. Basic jump. Auto manual. Trajectory. Okay. Oh my god. What the heck? This is... This exists. Look, it's the cherry. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Wee. I just... Wait. Hang on. I noticed it's not spawning anything anymore. Is it because I missed this? Yep, it absolutely is. Yep, I missed. This is so odd to me. Wait, nope. Flinging jump? Oh my gosh, okay. Oh look, here are the ghosts! Let's go! And... Oh my gosh, I'm just... Okay. I got a one-up, what the heck? Okay. Okay. How do I... Let me take a look at the controls again. You're like, oh, this little pack symbol for like... Yeah. Oh, I can't, I don't even see how to, like, go into Pac-Man mode. Or mini-puck mode.
Wisely.
What's this? Don't snap. There's something written on it. Circuit. Give light. Once you great speed. I was going to be able to make out bits and pieces. Anyway, might as well try to get this thing running. Oh. Well, so this was the D line. If you phase shift, you should be able to travel along this rail. Oh my god. You can eat aura on the D line while on puck mode. Got it. Oh my god. I don't know how to feel about this. Yes, this is indeed Pac-Man. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, this is delightful. It's just so totally dissonant. Okay, but how do I attack again? Yeah. What is this? A simplified Miku soul? Looks like data storage and simple teleportation is all it's capable of. That's plenty useful on its own, right? You could call it a checkpoint. Okay, so we got a checkpoint. I am failing. I am feeling this. This is... Oh my god. Oh look, it's a D line. Yeah. I was like, hey, guess what? Ah! Sword. Wee! I am so down. It's so dissonant and absurd. I love it. Oh my god. All right, I can't eat them. They're sword. I have to sword them. Behold Pac-Man with a sword. Wee. Oh. No, come on. No, come on. Ah. No, got it. Okay. Whee. Ah, smack. Whee. Oh, it's gotta take a little bit of use to me to go from like Pac-Man to sword fighter. From Pac-Man moves to sword fighter. What the heck is this game? Whee. Yeah. Yeah. Hello, it is me. I have a sword. Beware me. I have sword. Wait. Yeah, gotcha. Oh, wait. I forgot how to heal again. Hang on. Let's press buttons. It's camera. Which one was the H? No. There we go. It's the F button. Whee! Just... I can enter sword. And the fact that for all appearances, this is sword, not in dark fantasy, but appears to be in like a dark sci-fi game. Oh, thank goodness. Yeah. That is for aura. You can enhance your physical abilities here. This should be enough. Alright, go ahead and enhance yourself. Oh, you gave me more. Okay. Mini Puck basic controls training. Okay. Oh, I see. This is... Yay. Hang on. Yeah, quit the maze. Okay. Basic controls 2? Oh, this is different. Whee! Yeah! Mid-air control. Press A immediately after jumping. Okay. Oh! Ow. Ow. Okay, maybe not immediate. Not immediately. Game. I feel remarkably bad at this. My timing is off. Timing is so off. What the heck? There we go. Frick. Aim. Go. Why? What if I just... No, what if I just don't... Whoop! Wait, what do you mean? That looked like I made it! Frick! Wow. I'm just like... Yeah. Frick! Nope. Nope. Wait, it keeps going. Frick. What do you mean it keeps going? Okay. It's... Whee! Oh my gosh. Wait. Whee! Whee! What was that, game? Why do you do it like that? Ah! Oh, I see. Whee. Frick. Whee! Right. They want to make sure I know everything. I got a 1-up! What the heck does that mean in the context of this game? What does that mean here? What do you mean? Why? Why are you giving me 1-ups? Who thought this was a good... Oh, hi. Okay. Hello. Oh my god. Hold. Okay. Oh my god. This is. Okay, max ESP. I haven't used up. I have barely used up any ESP. It's fine. Attack power. Yes. This is. Oh, this is so absurd. I love it. I love it to death. Find the thing that crashed 30 years ago. Okay, that's my mission. Hang on, I need extra distractions for people. There we go. There we go. Wong. Wong. Yes, that is. You're just constantly trying to make the open mouth Pac-Man shape. Just constantly, everywhere. I gotta sleep for a bit. Keep watching him, brave. Wait, what? Why are you sleeping? Unless if you have a human operator. Ew. Ah. What? I should know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's just so freaking absurd to me. Nothing. Let's get moving. Activate. Okay, save complete. Yay. That was a checkpoint. Ah. Oh. Why? Who? Okay. Hi. Get fit. Okay. Will do. Give me a second. One. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. I am just... This really is a Pac-Man game. I'm just... Wee. I am so deeply fascinated. Like... This has been... This is just... What the heck? Okay. Whee! I really want to know who looked at Pac-Man and thought dark sci-fi Metroidvania. Ah, climbables. I just want to know who did that. Who was like dark sci-fi Metroidvania. That's the path it has to go. Yay! I have 269 Pua? Hi. It's not every day I meet someone out here. Hi. You also out here for the hot springs? You have 2 massive melons on your chest, and I'm getting distracted. The hot spring here is great. It'll refresh your ragged body in the blink of an eye. I'm Zod, by the way. I've run a little business around here. Need anything? Feels like fate brought us together here, so I'll give you a good deal. Oh. Warp to the last Miku soul you've visited, or any other Miku soul you've visited before. HP scan displays enemies' HP when inflicting damage. I don't think I don't see that material, chitin shell, and elastin leather. Game. Actually, Bandai. Namco. Can I call you Namco? Why isn't this just default? Aura gain. Grants Puck the ability to collect the aura. Why is this not default? Check resources. Oh. That's what check resources need. Okay. I usually hang out closer to the summit. I can show you some even better wares up there. Come visit if you're interested. Okay, so I have to break that wall from the other side, I think. I am feeling vaguely confused. I'm just like, okay, let's see. HP limit boost and, well, HP limit boost is the only thing that doesn't require materials. And I can't afford it because I spent money on enhancing earlier. So the game is just like, here, have things you can't do. Director of the game was Tomoaki Fukui. Tomoaki has been involved in several other games, but his last director credit was for Kirby and the Amazing Bear. Okay, so guy just has a guy has a thing for Metroidvanias. Is what I'm gathering. Which works for Kirby. It works for Kirby, but then looked at Pac-Man and was like, you're next. Ah. Just looked at Pac-Man and said, you're next. Yeah. Anyways. I want more HP. More HP! Yay! Oh, they're crippled. Many perks as you want, as long as the total cost does not exceed the number of favorable notches. Okay, so we're not just going Metroidvania. We're going full Metroidvania. With all of the trappings of it, like, that's been added on over the years. Including badge slots. Heck, okay. Hacking. Ethical. Can I harvest you? How do I collect materials, game? Oh, frick. Whee. That's... Oh my gosh. That is just... The enemy just jumped straight into this team. And then got impacted by this team. Why? Why put them in this area? Hello, slime. Ah! There you go. Okay. Hello, spider. Well, not spider. You only have 4 legs. And you have a mechanical center, so it's like the only really like spider-like parts are your 4 legs. So I can jump in lava. I can't swim in lava, but I can jump in it. I'm pretty sure it would take a lot for someone to be able to jump in lava alive. You know, and not cook before they've finished jumping in. Yeah. Hi, slime. Boy, slime. How do I collect materials from you? Am I gonna eat you? Oh. Yeah, let's go. Oh my gosh. It's kind of funny to me that, like, you get hit in your mini puck form, and, it just sounds like Pac-Man got hit in the face. Ow. Well, I just... Map marker gives you 1 more map marker. What? What? What do you mean it gives me 1 more map marker? I mean, do I not have that? Are things not marked on my map? Is that just like pins on my map? What do you mean? Ah. Thieves' Memories 15. A record by someone named Thebe. Huck apparently can't see it. Why? What? What? That feels like it should be a story moment. Hang on. What? What? What do you mean, Puck? Did I miss something? Let's see. I think I was just there. And I just started going back. Yep, yeah, I remember doing this. Okay, yep. I was going backwards. Yay! Wow, this is slow. Yay! Okay. This is still Pac-Man. It's like, I'm having a very interesting experience playing this. I'm just like, I'm going between this moments of, hey, you know, it's just, this is actually like a standard, like, Metroidvania. It's just like, okay, this makes sense for being a Metroidvania. Followed just by, just random moments of, oh god, this is Pac-Man. Why is this Pac-Man? Like, how did Pac-Man get here? Wait a second. Yeah. Oh wait, if I could do that, like, I go, woof, yeah. Ow. Yeah, okay, whatever. Yep, yep. Ow. Oh no, that's either a collectible or something I can interact with later, like a grapple beam or something. Yeah! Damage boost. Ow! Okay, well, damage boost did to get here, so please give me, like, some secrets. I I'm really hoping that the game doesn't consider that like a sequence break. I'm also really hoping the game doesn't consider that like you just have to take damage there, because that would you know. If a sequence break, then like that's kind of pathetic. Yeah. Ah, sword. Pac-Man with the sword. Ah. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. This is so funny to me. Like, it stops being funny for a second, and then it throws a freaking Pac-Man section at me, and I'm like, what the heck? Yay. Oh, heck. Oh, hey. HP capacitor increases max HP. Yay! I got a temporary thing that's like I have to keep a thing equipped, but that is permanent thing. Ah! Okay. Heck, nope. I'm just gonna not care. Okay, there's a thing to the right. Yeah! This is wild to me. I'm just... Heck. Okay, let's see. Down. I see stuff. I'm doing that thing where I'm getting distracted. Hi, Just Tech. Hi. I'm also Clown. This is important. Yeah. Yeah. Casual bat murder. Ah. Yep. Oh, I can dodge past them. Oh, I don't have the damage boost. Well, that's entirely on me. That's a classic quote at this point. Yeah, it's a classic one. Yeah. So, I don't know if I have a map. I think I went backwards, but I'm not 100% certain. Just... Oh my gosh. Yeah, okay. Ah! Damn! Out of the way. Yay! Also, what the heck is up with those background noises? It's like... I just listened to it more and it begins to sound like... I don't know, train tracks, maybe? like a train station, but obfuscated so that the developers hope you don't realize it's just a train station. Yeah. Hack level powered 2. I'm still not using the ESP a lot. It's not quite useful to me yet. Stop. Huh? Oh. Stop right there. Who are you? Can't make out her face. Recognition interference tech, perhaps? But what is this uneasy feeling it stirs in me? You bring nothing but disorder to this world. You are to return to prison immediately. What are you talking about? I have a mission to attend to. Move out of our way. So that's your attitude, huh? I don't want to have to get rough, but... God. Okay, you said it. What are you doing? What are you? Oh, hi! I sent you back to prison where you belong. Yeah, you have armor. Uh-oh. Ow. Uh-oh. What the heck? Whee! Oh, that takes a lot of... What? Oh, right. Contact damage, right. Okay. Yeah! Yay, I've got this done. Let's go. Oh, frick. That was way too late. Now that was... Ah, frick. Okay, I was facing the wrong direction. Ow. I'm trying to hit you with this... Dang it. Okay, I should stop doing that. Yeah! Yeah, that's the opportunity. Alright. You just dash back and forth a bunch. Like, that's not very impressive. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Ow. Rapapa. No. Ah. Yay! I got the stun off. And the kill. But, you know, I got this done! Oh, hey. While you big talk, you didn't pose much of a threat. This is the power of the Forbidden Child. It's just as the Almighty foretold. What a terrible power. Hey? What are you talking about? I'll put a stop to this, no matter what. What was her problem? No idea? Definitely hasn't given up yet. Just beat her at her own game again. Pac-Man? What? I'm still just like... Oh... I'm beginning to get the sense that the director of this game just wanted to make a Metroidvania. And then, when was told make something with the Pac-Man property, was like, okay. Yeah. Wee. Hey, I want to see if I can go around this. Okay, if I could just go. Okay, that works. Bye? Casual bat murder? I just occasionally hear the what? It's like, what? What? Like, it's like this is. If Pac-Man weren't here, this would be a generic, like, modern day Metroidvania with, like, dark themes. But Pac-Man is here. That makes this entire thing hit differently. What the heck? It is not the right reason to like playing a game, just the absurdity of it, but that I am enjoying it because of the absurdity. Of course, something that I will say, I don't see ghosts. That makes me upset. Game? Give me a ghost to fight, please. It's Pac-Man. Come on. You gotta give me a ghost to fight. Like, this is... The enemies look like slightly worse looking Metroid enemies. Like... Yeah. Come on. Whee! Like, seriously, the enemies look like slightly worse Metroid enemy. It's like, come on, come on. You've got more creativity than that. I don't think I could dodge through that. But I'm gonna try anyways. Come on! Ow. I didn't even start. Yeah, that's to be expected. Guys, previous credit before this, according to Moby Games, as a development support credit on Overlord Escape from Nazarick, which is also a Metroidvania. Oh my god! Okay, so it's two. The guy's just like, hey, I will only work on one thing. Metroidvanias. And Overlord is an anime, so I'm just like... The dude got handed a, like, a brand game? What the heck did we call it before? I remember it has a name, I just forget, like, what the name was. But regardless, you got handed an anime license. It's like, hey, make a game. You're just like, Pac-Man. Not Pac-Man. Metroidvania. Pac-Man. Metroidvania. Overlord. Metroidvania. Kirby. Metroidvania. Oh, finally. We finally found it. Your manufacturer. Gaia 3210. I see. So I wasn't abandoned after all. License game. There you go. That's what I was trying to think of. It's present. I remember you. It's been over 10 years, hasn't it? Geo. Oh, yeah. Oh my. Oh my gosh. Game. I'm G-host. Oh, it's Blinky. Orange G-host garbage house. No, that's Blinky. I've changed since then. Let's go number. Nope. I did so Oh, I was wondering what was gonna happen. Wait, is the orange one Blinky or is it Clyde? This might be Clyde. Inky, Pinky, Blinky, and Clyde. Clyde! Oh my gosh, it's Clyde. Hi, Clyde. Oh. Named Sue in this pack then. But also potentially named Sue. Ah. The G host. Clyde. Like that's they're calling it the orange Talos and whatever. I don't care. Or they call it the garbage Talos and I'm like, whatever. It's not the garbage Talos, this is Clyde. You can't out-edge just the name Clyde. This is relatively fun to fight as well. I will say that. I like this to fight. This pack was started as an unauthorized Pac-Man clone. Ah. Bye, Clyde! Oh my gosh, are we gonna... Damn G-host. It is... I'm sorry. I'm just... The rampant amount of trying to just make this all work by calling it a G-host. Why did you... I'm not letting myself get possessed again. Right now, we gotta capture the core. A damned G-host. Oh, look at this. Ah. So over the top and edgy. G phase shift allows you to phase shift the Gaia. It fuses your and Puck's material together and reshapes it into a new form. What? Oh, this is... Alright, let's try it up. Oh my gosh. Transform into Gaia. Oh my gosh. Puck straight up bait me. This is Panzer Gaia. Actually, just call it Gaia. That's all you need to know. Perfect, we can test it out on them. Oh my god. This thing hit me up back. What the heck? Thanks for giving me a back. Devour defeated enemy and give... Oh my gosh. I can devour... Oh my gosh. Ow. That's... Let's go. Gah! Mine. What do you think, the parade? This is the power of Gaia. I'll be relying on it quite frequently from now on. Gaia's immense power requires a great deal of energy to sustain. So here's the plan. Predator. Makes devouring enemies possible even while in sword fighter phase. Oh my gosh. By using ESP, you can temporarily manifest Gaia and consume targets for energy. Do so to gather the energy you need to fully activate Gaia. You often gather resources from your targets while you're at it. So, now that we've got the bare essentials, let's go to our next test. It'll be easier to show you than to explain. The Gaia energy is at max, transform to Gaia, press G to revert back manually. Cannot transform into Gaia form on tight spaces, that makes sense. That would be very awkward. Nullified trained. Ah. On either Gaia or sword fighter form, you can devour enemies. I just. I. I don't. This is. I am. I, this is Pac-Man. Yay! Alright, so. Ah! I can just turn into a giant mech and eat people. Nom nom nom. Nom nom nom. Behold the power of Pac-Man. This is a very usual Pac-Man mechanic. Collecting resources by eating your enemies. That is technically a real Pac-Man mechanic, like an original Pac-Man mechanic. Oh my god. I'm good to. Well, actually, I can go do this. Oh, won't let me. Yeah, can I do it over here? No. Do I not have the energy? Yeah. Kind of the only original Pac-Man mechanic. You're right, actually, yeah. I'm just... I have the biggest grin on my face right now. I'm just like, why? Why? And it has all the arcade noises in the background. The bring, and I'm like, oh my gosh. That is just so silly. Yeah. Yes! Waka 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 waka. Wee. Ow! How dare you? Yeah. Ah, frick, wait, no, I can't. I gotta go. There we go. No, 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 no. Yes, yes, no! Frick! Ow. That was a lot of damage. Waka 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 waka. Nom nom. That's just what. They couldn't even go for like a horror you're actually dealing with ghost thing. It had to be the G host. That's kind of. Oh my gosh. I'm just collecting, like, materials at this point. This is... Yum. casual. Bad murder. Ah! Yeah. Yum, yum, yum. Oh, wait. That. And I feel so entertained by this. I just begin to like veg out a little bit, and then I feel so entertained. I gotta go break for a second. I'll see you in a little bit. Need to use the bathroom, and advertisements are going around, so I'll see you. So, Brian has a hypothesis as to why the new code wasn't working. Twitch API package talks with webhook needs the Twitch object to be authenticated. That move things happen in different orders. That the webhook was started before the authentication. Oh, yeah, yeah. That would do it. That would do it. And just so people know, in my Discord, I have enabled people to actually share video on the park benches. I don't know why I didn't enable that. Ricky got it fixed. Yay! Oh, this is the wrong screen. Why'd I go to this screen? That was a completely wrong screen. Wait a second. There we go. That's the right screen. I went to the wrong screen. Oh. Oh, I guess I could do... Wah! Get eaten by the Pac-Man! The guy. Ah, frick. Wait. Yay! Multi-layered hard leather! They're working on a fix. Yay! Yay! Ah, heck. Come on. Do this! Yeah! 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 I'm just, every so often, I'm just like... Dark Pac-Man! But... Okay. I don't know if there's anything I can do there. Yeah. Yeah! Yeah! Wait! I just pecking love the noises already. Okay. Hang on. I'm just gonna hit a bunch of buttons and be like, hey, give me a button that has a map. Shift? Enter? Control. Alt. Well, I just learned that the arrow keys also control movement, so that's good, I guess. Oh my gosh. It's not B that looks up, it's 8. Okay, give me a second. I gotta take a look. I need to know how to see the map. Where's the freaking map? Game menu is tab? Okay. Maybe that's it. Tab. Oh my god. Okay. Honk. Daily, get ready for Pac-Man. I'm just... Oh my gosh. Just... This is a Pac-Man game. I'm just... Oh my gosh. Like, it really doesn't look like a Pac-Man game until you reach, like, one of the D-line segments, and you're like, oh my gosh, this is Pac-Man. Honks. Honk. Hang I just want to go show this off because this is what the D lines look like. This is a Pac-Man game. And we looked into the director a little bit. We looked up like some of the stuff the director has done, and apparently the director of this game was the director for the Kirby Metroidvania, a licensed game Metroidvania done for Overlord, and this Pac-Man Metroidvania. And I'm just like, really? Heck, I keep dying. Dang it. Whee. Something that I saw like in the reviews for this game is just like apparently these sections were very hard to control, and I'm just like, I'm happy they're easier? Question mark? I don't know if they are. I'm still at the beginning of the game. But yeah, this game has mixed reviews on Steam, and I'm like, okay. It also had a massive, like, it had a massive update recently, so I'm just like, yay. Good for them. Hey, there you go. That's what that looks like. Wait, where the heck am I? I go left? I am so... I'm also calm. This is important. Our plate function is far from obvious, and we have no leads to go on. No. 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 I recognize that shape. Pattern recognition brain go burr. Buggy brain go burr. I know that shape. No. No. You're kidding me. You're kidding me. I have no idea what's been. I know what it is. Let's just keep going. No, I know exactly what. Like that. I can't. Okay, game. Sure. Go play your game. Sure. But the plane's function is completely not obvious. It just has the picture of the Pac-Man maze on it. The original maze. Yeah, this is not obvious what I'm gonna do with that later at all. I couldn't possibly be playing the original Pac-Man. In this Pac-Man game. This... Also wild to me that this is made and published and developed by Bandai Namco. Like, they're listed as the developers. Just wild. No, I didn't grab it. Okay, whatever. Yum. Kittens Chow. Got it. Oh, wait, I suppose I'm supposed to go over there. All right, yeah. Whee. Boss room. That I just kind of meandered out of. I went exploring. Do I have anything? That's suspicious. Also that, I didn't explore that. Also that, I didn't explore that. I don't have to go back. I don't have to go, ooh, that. Wait, ah, yeah, it says I fight a boss there. They tried to call Clyde. They tried to call Clyde. Freaking Clyde, the orange ghost. They tried to call him the garbage Talos. Like, come on. Come on. Lose me with that orange G host garbage Talos nonsense. We know it's Clyde. We know that's Clyde. Hey, look at that. Okay. Oh. Is this dark fantasy? Is this dark sci-fi? Is this post-apocalyptic? I don't know what the genre is anymore. Frick. Our destination past that giant tree. Let's go number 8. All I know is Pac-Man is here. Pac-Man is here. It's a Metroidvania. And it doesn't... None of this is like how you would expect Pac-Man to be. Now, got a shell from that. The way you get materials in this game also just baffles me. Like, no, I don't pick it up. I have a giant, like, spectral, like, robot mech, Pac-Man mech. Grab it and eat it, and that's how I get materials. Oh, from behind? Okay, yeah. I can't dash in midair. That annoys the crap out of me. Probably why these platforms are here. Oh, you turn around way too fast. Okay. Wait until you charge. Oh yeah, there we go. Yay! Yum! Yay! No. Let me save. You find out. Yeah, there's just bones. Oh yeah, this Valra scouts. They're utterly merciless. They'll attack on sight if they realize we're here. I doubt we'll be able to avoid a fight. I mean, they probably shouldn't attack us. Hang on. Let me show you how absurd this is. Really? You're still attacking? I go forward in giant mech, and your first thought is my knife will surely be able to take care of this. Like, even if you don't understand technology, like you're like completely isolated from people, there's still such a logic as that thing is significantly bigger than I am. Like, at least when I'm in the sword fighter form, it's like, okay, you know, we're roughly approximate size that make oh. Yay. But like, it's only this when you're looking at something 5 times your size, like, oh, that's a bit, yeah. I'm sorry. Was there something? Game? Grab the thing, please. Thank you. Yay! I'm just... okay. So you can't hit through platforms. Got it. That's important to know, at least? Yay! Yum. game is bringing me much joy. I'm just like, what? Yeah, I didn't get it back up in time to devour, but it's fine. Dark Lake Stone, a very pretty stone. Someone might be collecting them. I got an achievement for that? I didn't see what the achievement was, but I got an achievement for that apparently. Oh! Okay, so that was a temporary platform. Got it. Okay, so even if, like... Huh. So the enemy has to be directly in front of me. I got a chitin shell from a plant. Okay. I usually associate chitin with bugs, but... whatever. I don't even know if they're the right types of bugs, so... Yep. Okay, fine. You know what? Fine. This is worth it. Yeah! There's two of you. It's gonna be harder to do this the other way. Yeah! Meow. Yay. This is... I think I've gotten used to some of the absurdities at this point. I'm sitting here, I'm just like, yeah, I'm walking around with Pac-Man. Yeah, I have a sword. Yeah, Pac-Man's named Puck. Yeah, I turn into a giant Pac-Mech. You know. I just have to get eaten by Puck first. It's fine. Oh. Hi! Ah, frick. How did I get that? Oh, yeah, it's probably an item I don't have yet. I've seen so many of those little thingies. Like these. I can't collect them, I can't hit them, so I'm assuming it's an item I don't have yet that interacts with them. Oh, hey. Dang it. Dang it. Yum! Yum! I cannot see all the enemies in here. Oh, good. Meow. Oh, frick. Nope. Oh, there's a... Puckman was famously the original name before they changed it to avoid making things too easy for vandals. Okay. Okay. So, there's just literally Pac-Man. Got it. Like, where's the check? Oh, wait. These little red markers are probably checkpoints. So the big red markers are probably, like, the Miku pulse. I'm just like... Oh, my gosh. They called them Mikus. As if they were... If they were just scratch out just the right side of the P in case it was... Yeah, that was pretty clear. That was pretty clear. It'd be very easy. Activate? Game? Like... Oh. Oh, hey, Miku Soul. Yeah, I want to enhance power up because I haven't reached any point where I've used up all my ESP yet. That hasn't been any kind of concern yet. Did I grab any other perks? No. Eh. Okay, I can't go that way, so I have to go down. Wait. Ah. Brings the elevator back. Okay. I don't know why it went down with just me stepping on it. I probably hit a button by accident. Oh, hey! You're not from here, are you? Who are you?
Oh.
Oh, you are the current master of that sword. No need for alarm. I mean no harm. Rah. Blood! Blood! Blood else rhymes! Ah! There's no need for alarm. I mean no harm. With that arm of yours. Well, as you say, I'm the previous owner of that sword. Oh. The swords. What do you know about the sword? That is ESP sword. The wielder's strength determines what ESP abilities they can use. Okay. You should be able to handle this technique with the current strength. Here. Yeah? Okay. ESP Blast consumes ESP to unleash a wave of energy in front of you. You can unleash the wave without any delay if you use it during the third slash of sword combo. Oh. First master this technique. We'll meet again. Never remain complacent with the current extent of your abilities. Devote yourself to your training. I just press K. Got it. Press K to train. Okay. Oh. Okay. That uses a lot of ESP. I might have a reason soon to increase my max ESP. Maybe. It might still be more worth it to, like... to not... Yeah, okay. That was kind of... Maybe I can grab the bees out of the spikes, but nah. Oh, look! That looks like a person who's totally not patrolling and looking for me to fight. That's totally a perfectly fine person to approach. Ow. Ah, frick. Ah, frick. Ow! Dang it, you just stretched. You stretched into the place I thought was safe. I'm just gonna take all their bones. Fine. I take their bones. I didn't need those, right? Ah, frick. Ah, hackies. This is not the best situation. I should heal. Oh my gosh, wait, I have a pogo? I have a pogo? Huh. Dang it. I have a pogo. Dang. You have a tail? done. Do I just get bones from you? Yeah, just get bones from you. Okay. Careful, that might hurt. It could. It could. Wait. Whee. Now. Ow. It might hurt to eat that, but I'm just like, you know, it's fine. It's fine. It's the mech that's eating it. It's Gaia. The mech. Huh? I still haven't really used up a lot of my ESP. Ooh, equip ESP skill. I only have one. Nice. Yum. Ow. Oh, hey, it's boss. Pod Queen. Well, guess what, Pod Queen? Mech. Behold the power of my mech! My pack mech! Gaia! Panzer Gaia! Good job. I got fibroin fiber, and I can't eat the bosses. Okay. I wonder why. Does it just not work with the animation? Whee! Now. Maybe? Aha! Yes. High-grade material. Very high-grade material that can be used to push past the current limits of their physical abilities. Okay. Ow. Yay, you put me on that side. Thank you, game. Oh, hi. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I'm fine. This frick. Okay, just gonna. Hey, I mean. Hello. Oh, bouncy. Okay. Oh, it's a flower. I got chitin from the flower. I don't know if that's how flowers work. I thought chitin was like a shell, and the flowers have cell walls, not quite a bug shell. I can't do that yet. Unless... Hang on, I gotta check something. Okay, game. Okay. Yeah. That not work? I mean, it didn't have the little, like... Yeah, the little blue rings that say, like, the attack bounces straight up. So maybe it's working? Could be working? I actually ran out of ESB doing that. Nice. Despite the fact that it's not doing the invincibility frames looking thing, it's also taking way more hits than I think would be reasonable if I had it right. I love flowers. Ow. Oh, I tried something. Yeah, there we go. Ow. Wait, did that actually hurt me or did it not? Yeah, bye bees. Wait, what was that? Move with H. Fine, I'm only using the keyboard because my controller wasn't connecting correctly. Look it up, and yes, chitin is not usually found in plants, although it is found in cells walls of fungi, as well as the exoskeletons of arthropods. Okay. So we're not playing this game with, like, the developers' research stuff. Doesn't look like they did. Plants can have receptors that can cause a response to chitin. Okay. Or maybe it's chitin? I'm double guessed. I don't actually know if I'm saying that correctly. Damn. I wonder about the decision of this game to sit down and say, hey, in the first section, we're going to introduce you to all the mechanics of, like, hey, you can do this with felines, you can do this with mechs, and it's all technology. And there's like, here's a forest. Oh my gosh, they threw a D-line into the forest. The game heard me complaining. I was like, fine, you want a D-line here? I'll give you a D-line. Like, you know what? I'll take it. You try to shoot me? I stab you! Pac-Man! Bye-bye. Titan, yes. Okay, so I have been saying it wrong the entire time. Sword! Like how we could just be like going around with Pac-Man and it's like, ah, sword! Ah! It's just... Oh! I got a spine! Okay. I pulled out someone's spine? I don't know if I'm... That's... Huh. I'm just trying to think about... I just ripped up someone's spine. Was like, hey, I got it, I had him! It was like... Took someone's spine out. Yeah, it's a material! Well, I mean, to be fair, considering the method of extracting the materials, I shouldn't be that surprised. That, like, that there's an option to just take the spine. Does the Pac-Man mech have a digestive system? Like, It must have, right? Like, this is basically, we're giving it a fuel source here. Right? Hi, people. Quick, Eggie's in chat. Ah! I missed. I didn't grab the guy. Ah. Another spine. The absurdity of the situation just hit me again. I'm ripping out a guy's spine in Pac-Man. Oh. Like, how are you playing Pac-Man? I ripped out a guy's spine. Oh. Pac-Man changed. Especially considering that we fought Clyde, the GE host garbage Talos. Oh gosh. When's the next G host? Yeah, I'm just gonna enhance this. Max ESP, I'm just like, I still don't need them yet. Yay! Make the sword more powerful? Yeah. Oh wow, that's a lot. And it requires a higher grade material. For like the next sword upgrade. Push. Sword. I just... It's just so... It's so out of place. It's so out of place. You just suddenly turn into Pac-Man. Ah, frick. Nope. There you go. But I cannot grab the latch? Oh, I can grab the latch. Oh, bye, little guy. Oh, missed. Okay, whatever. It's some plant chitin. The truly best chitin of all. The plant chitin. Game? Was I supposed to, like, trigger a flag in there for a boss battle or something? Oh, hi. No idea what it's made to do. Why do I hear music? I'm just like, I recognize the Pac-Man maze. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, later I'll interact with that maze to play a level of Pac-Man or something. Like, just straight up, just Pac-Man. Or I guess in this case, Puck-Man. Oh, look at this! Waka 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 waka. Sword! 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 Ow. I may have made a mistake, a misjudgment on that one. I didn't activate sword before jumping, and so it just kind of flew at the enemy as Pac-Man. Yeah. Sword! Yeah! Alright. Pac-Man! Waka 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 waka. Sword. Yeah. So what are we looking at now, game? Oh, heck. Ah! I'm sorry. Wait, what am I sorry about? I have a giant mech. Yeah. Yeah. What is there to be sorry about? I have a giant mech. Like, the mech trades ESP for the amount of time you're in it, but even then, I haven't quite wished for the mech time to be increased, so I'm not... Having giant mech means never having to say you're sorry. No, but we haven't had a lot of IRL, like... There hasn't been a lot of IRL experiments done on whether or not you have to say sorry in a giant mech. Don't have revolt examples. That's my defense. That's my defense. Oh. Yeah, you can have that quote, Ryan. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Hello. Aha! Goodbye. I say hello, and you say goodbye. Hello, hello. Goodbye. Yep, icing beetles while I'm stabbing. Not stabbing. Slashing? Maybe. Something. I'm devouring my... Devour my enemy's soul? They get devoured. By me. And my mech. Oh, thing for item I don't have yet. Where I've been to. This is the area I've been to already. Okay. Whee. Oh yeah. That hole with a W or without? Appropriate that quote. 256 is Pac-Man related. I don't remember what I said in regards to hole. Can you write it down in chat? Without the W? Don't remember what I said. How bad was it? Ah! That's unfortunate. I got stuff though. Yeah. So that's a lot of like nothing. That was an area full of nothing. Devouring my enemy's hole. Only if they're lesbian? Only if they're lesbian or bisexual or just... There has to be consent first. Or both parties. Yeah. I took somebody's spine. Rah. Yeah. How did we get onto the topic of war? Well, I can show you. No, I'm too big to frick. Okay. Because mech, no. I guess we have to hope that all of my enemies are very much into war because, like, that's their dying moments. Congratulations, your final moments spent on this earth are going into the stomach of my giant pack mech. It happens. Oh wait, yeah. Oh, missed it. Yeah. It's not that I get materials in this game, but I'm still not 100% sure how to feel about that as the way to get materials. A point. Yay. Plus it's Pac-Man. Like, yeah. Pac-Man's had war built in since the beginning. If you should be scared or impressed that I took it that direction. I've gotta be honest. I am so overwhelmingly confused about how the conversation went here. I've just been running with it. I've been running with it. I've been trying to be good improviser, but I don't know what's happening. Ah. It's like, it's clear eating the enemy's whole is what's happening. Kaylee, tell everyone in your voice chat honk for me, please. Sure, they're getting a kick out of this too. God. The Pac-Man Metroidvania. The dark sci-fi. I mean, this doesn't look dark sci-fi anymore, which I guess is like, I guess that's the thing. Oh hey. Hey. Okay. Wait, I have one more thing to try. Okay. Oh, hi. I dodged too far. There There we go. I'm closer to continue doing damage if I dodge that way. It's just hentai adjacent. Okay. You and I both know that you and I both, in free time, partake of the hen of the tie. Like, that's not... I shouldn't be... Why do I still feel ashamed of that? There's gyrating of more. I mean... Where'd you get the gyrating from? What do you mean the gyrating? What? Where'd that come from? Hello? No, you make excuses. Hello? I'm not making excuses. What do you mean, where? Oh, hang on, I gotta fight a boss. Duke's serious. Yeah. Yeah. Don't climb a vine again. Your character literally gyrates up the vine. Ah. Yeah. Thanks. Got it. Can I climb these? Oh, wait, hang on. That might have just been missing. There's a wall here, and there's a skeleton guy, and I can't climb it. Oh, wait, I'm probably supposed to use those to fight the boss normally. But, like... I have a mech. Why wouldn't I just use it? Like, until I reach the point where I don't have a fully charged mech ready for a boss fight, I'm just gonna keep doing that. Ah, frick. No, give me my... No! Frick. That definitely doesn't help me in my journey to charge up my mech. What can't? But it's way past where I am. Yeah. Hey, let's take a look at this. Oh my god. Yep, you're right. My character gyrates up a vine. Frick. Okay, yeah, that is a factual statement. My character does, in fact, gyrate up a vine. Yeah. Dang it, I missed. Ah. I am being a little bit bra. Okay, but like, I'm thinking that once the next spate of advertisements go off, I'm just gonna sit down and say, ah, it is time for me to, like, you know, get something to eat real quick. I almost have fully charged mech. A little bit loose. Yeah. Okay, let's see about... Oh, wait, right, yeah. Advertisers are about to hit, so I gotta go on break. I gotta get something to eat, because laughing is taking a lot of my energy. Told you, you definitely did tell me. I'll see you in a little bit. Yay! Hello. Sorry I took a while there. I had a... Well, my roommate had to tell me about something that came up. Was just like, hey, watch out for this. So I'm just like, okay. Not the most important, it's just... Well, not the most important to this stream, but it is important. So, yeah. Oh! Oh, it's just a boss gauntlet. I was like, I don't have my mech charge. I was like, oh, it's a boss gauntlet. Heh, I don't need my mech charge. Well, I don't need my mech charge for the regular bosses either. I just like cheesing it. Yeah. Whee. Hi. Whee. Oh, my mech is charged. I like the icon in the top left, and once the icon is like begins like glowing and radiating and whatever, that's when I know it's charged. I got something that came up. You did send me a link to fix your fix attempt, but you don't want to interrupt too much. Okay. I might try looking at it a little bit during my next break. But for now, it's Pac-Man. Well, but... That feels misleading to say. Also, I'm gyrating my hips on the phone. I can't unsee that now, frick. But, like... It feels misleading to say I'm Pac-Man-ing. Despite the fact that it is factually correct. And there's not... Other than just saying Shadow Labyrinth thing, there aren't, like, better ways to turn what's happening here. Yeah, that's fine. Also, I can clearly see there's something on the other side of there. I don't have a way over... Unless if I... Wait. Those are the pins? Those are the map marker pins? What the heck? Okay, yeah, if I go down here, maybe I can go around to there? That's what the map for the tree looks like. I'm sorry. I'm just like, okay, we have the remote prison, which has a lot of tech. You have the barren volcano, which has some tech in it. Tree. I'm just like... The consistency of the world does not exist here. It's fine, though. I don't have enough to enhance. I need 2,000. And that's unless if I do the, like, extra ESP, which I still don't at all whatsoever. Like, I get it, game. You're just like, hey, but your moves use ESP. And I'm like, it charges automatically. And I don't use the ESP using moves heavily enough to, like, need that. Outside of the charging automatically. Okay, so I could probably... Oh, I'm over here now! Hey. Oh, frick, I'm over here now. Yeah. Oh, frick. Yeah, I saw that. I don't know why that second one didn't hit me, though. Ba-da-ba. Hmm. Ra-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-da. Da-ba-da-ba-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Ah, that's an item thing. I don't have that item yet. Oh, frick, I'm falling. I'm falling way too far. I don't want to fall this far. Damn. Oh, hi. Wait. This was a trap. Ow. There's two of them. Okay. It's fine. They're not the worst at killing. So I'm just kind of sitting here thinking, hey, I want, like... Gabe, I'm kind of feeling like you need to add more Pac-Man here. Like, yeah, the sword fighting, it's so overwhelmingly disparate from, like, the Pac-Man. Alright, let me heal. Yeah. Whee! Like, at least incorporate, like, some of the Pac-Man stuff into the regular fighting and not just the giant mech that eats people. You know. Oh, gosh. I'm getting hit by the absurdities again. Eh. Oh, wait, frick. I forgot about the drop. Oh. Wait. Gives you one more map marker. Okay. I have another map marker? Gives me a lot of things that I don't have a use for yet. And it's like... I'm waiting until I do have a use for them. I don't think I can that distance. Ah, frick. Waiting for it, but ah! Eh. Oh, whoops. Damn. I'm waiting for there to be a use for the things. Yeah. Hi, bird. It's just there hasn't been. It's like ah, frick. I forgot about that. I keep on forgetting about that. And now my brain is like, I keep on forgetting about that. How could I use map markers to fix that problem? It's like, I don't think I could. Wait, what are you? You a boss that fought already, or are you a boss I have yet to fight? I'm going to assume fought already. Yeah. Rup. Also, just like nothing here says Pac-Man. Other than the giant robotic Pac-Man following me everywhere. Um. Whee! Oh, I get over here? Look at that. Sparkling stone. Nice. Wait. So that's how I get over there. I thought that was a dash, but ah, frick. Ow. Okay, you know what? There's a lot of enemies I'm just walking past. Maybe Pac-Mans have had jungles and stuff too. I guess, yeah. I just haven't played them. I suppose that's a problem. I played Pac-Man Dimension on the 3DS. Which was, very different. I'm just like, how the frick do I define anything when I'm playing? When I'm just like, this is the Pac-Man game I'm compared to. How the frick do I talk about how a Pac-Man game relates to this game? Shadow Labyrinth. Oh my god. Yum. I almost have enough to like just upgrade. Ah, frick, that's what I almost forgot. I remembered part of the way down before I fell all the way down. Would have been very awkward. Yay! Rap. Hello, game. Can you throw more enemies my way so that I can take their, like, their talent? Their aura? What the frick was it called again? It had a specific name. I just don't remember what the name was. Ow. Up, look, I have over 2,000 of the freaking Waka Wakas. If that makes sense to say. Yeah. Now level 4 plus this is ESP sword attack power. Ah, yeah, yep. Okay, I'm more powerful. Not enough aura. Okay, so it is aura. It is aura. Why they decided aura? I don't know. But it's okay. Okay, so I went over to that side and then I just fell off the edge. I think that's the end result of going up into there. So I go to the right now. Oh, hi! Oh, you teleport dragon. But are you a boss? Should I break out the mech? You're playing specific music. You're playing unique music, so I think you might be a boss. But also, because of your teleportation, like, might not be the best to fight in the mech. Oh. If that was a boss, that was a very pathetic boss. Nocturnal rod cells. It also means that I've only upgraded my attack power this entire time. until at the beginning of the game too. So it's like, yeah, you might be overpowered for this part of the game. Yeah. What the heck? Did you just spawn a frick? No. Don't spawn enemies on me. I'm working on defeating the ones I have, not having more added to me. Added to. Whatever. Pogo. I could try hard or I could pogo. And you know what? I'm gonna pogo. I'm just avoiding a lot of secrets, aren't I? I just look back behind me and like platforms that are going up vaguely, and just like I just walked past a bunch of them and more of them, and I'm just like, I'm not really treating this like a Metroidvania. I've yet to feel like this is a Metroidvania because my brain is still just like, oh, it's a Pac-Man game. Normally when I play Metroidvanias, I'm just like, I want to explore everything. Yeah. Not this time. Yeah, you thought you'd be able to do that. Frick. But I can grab more of the aura. Ora, 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 ora. Get up there. With the widened ledges at the edge, I'm just gonna see if I can't. Exploring the whole map is pretty classic pad, except you don't have to do the loops. You are technically correct. Which is what we're doing for a lot of the mechanics present here. It's like, exploring the whole map is classic Pac-Man. Devouring your enemies is classic Pac-Man. Would we be able to consider classic Pac-Man a Metroidvania? Even though it only has one room. Boss? Nope, enemies. I was like, hey, long hallway. Long, suspicious hallway. Are we going to a boss? And it's like, no, that's just... They're... Oh, it's a boss! Nice. That their guardian deity? Who would worship a pile of scrap metal. There are actually real-life examples of like stuff like that happening. Okay, so no boss. Sorry, I just really wanted your friend's spine. Also, like that's gotta be a boss, right? You don't have any gained abilities or reason to backtrack unless you just didn't grab stuff, so you don't think it's Metroidvania? Yeah. Like, there are presumably going to be, like, there were gained abilities, but I haven't gotten reason to backtrack. It has given me the ability to backtrack. Ah, here we go. Ah. Hi. Hi. Nightingale. Classic Pac-Man villain Nightingale. Beak might be a hunk of junk, but it's definitely not just a pile of scrap. Code number 8. Oh yeah, right. Next. Whee. look at that! I didn't just cheese it. Yay! I guess a power pellet makes you probably want to turn on the eco skate. True. Never, this is the Pac-Man game. I'm just listening to the music and I'm like, yeah, this is the Pac-Man game. Might be the first boss I die to. Oh yeah, this is gonna be the first boss that I do. I haven't been taking these seriously. It also might just be my first death. I think that was my first death. Nom nom. Oh no. You're gonna make us go through the cutscene every time. Nightingale. Ow. Yay! Okay, that time I did it to sit there and let it drain all my, like, remaining time. What are you doing? What is this attack pattern? Yeah, okay. I'm just like... Oh. Oh, yeah, I can't. It's like... Some enemies you can eat while they're stunned, but no, not this one. This is the boss. So, yeah. Yeah. Yay! Hey. Oh, hey. I was like, yeah, are we evil? Are we evil? The fact that we vomit up a giant, dark, shadowy Pac-Man to, like, eat an enemy is like, okay. Hit our dodge. Thank you! In Gaia phase, you can boost them. Okay, allows me to dodge. I have the ability to dodge! This has a means of horizontal aerial movement. Possible to perform mid-air dodge while in Gaia form, but you can't avoid attacks by doing so. Okay. Yeah. Gosh. Yay. Also, heal. I could have healed the first time. I didn't, but I could have healed the first time. Like, why does that matter? But why are you saying this? Eh! I could have healed. Oh. Yeah, some interesting platforming being thrown our way. Or at least semi-interesting. It might fall apart. They might have just said, hey! Have some interesting looking platforming. Okay, you gotta keep doing it? No! Yay! Save complete. Where am I? Ah, this is a little bit back. But now I am on the other side of a wall. Look at what other Pac-Man games exist and encounter this sentence. Gosh. Pac-Man VR is a 1996 video game by Virtuality set in the Pac-Man universe. The game is set in a first-person perspective. The game did not change any gameplay mechanics of the original game, except adding a multiplayer feature. Oh my gosh. Okay. Frick. That... Did they bank on VR? Like... Actually, I don't know. Like, were there any rumblings of, like, VR headsets in 1996? I mean, I know the Virtual Boy was, like, a VR headset, technically. But, like... I don't know. I'm trying to parse, like... first-person Pac-Man with multiplayer. Apparently the game released for two of Virtuality's arcade VR systems. Wait, so it was actually VR? That seems so hilarious, actually. Like, what the heck? Why? Like, wait a second. You did that. You just, like, Pac-Man. Virtual reality. How do you make Pac-Man virtual reality? First person. Oh wow, that's not safe to stand on. Like first person Pac-Man. That's a horror game. When Pac-Man is first person, that's basically you're being chased by ghosts through a maze, and the second you can't see the corners around you is the same second that it becomes scary. This was a company that made the one VR game with the pterodactyl. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. I'm just like... I might... Oh god. If I'm taking like, focused Fridays for like a little bit of time to just say, okay, let's explore the wild world of Pac-Man. Oh, Pac-Man games, and then it wouldn't even need to be like, it wouldn't even need to go into the fan stuff. It'd just be like, hey, officially licensed Pac-Man stuff. It's like, if Pac-Man VR is like an officially licensed thing, I'm just like, huh. Oh, wait. Ah, shortcut. What was the one VR game with the pterodactyl in it? What do you mean by that? What does that statement mean? Oh, frick. That's why... What the heck? That's why the flower has chitin! Because the bottom of the flower is a scorpion! Dactyl nut... Okay. Hang on. I have to look this up. Give me a second. What the heck is Dactyl Nightmare? The heck is Dactyl Nightmare? Dactyl Nightmare. Which cartoon or whatever referenced it, but you think it was one of the early VR games that got any kind of widespread. okay, all that brings up is virtuality. Um, wow, it's okay. So the first thing that pops up is virtuality product. I'm like, I don't care. Virtuality product on Wikipedia. I don't care. Oh, virtuality.com. No, I want information on Dactyl Nightmare. I'm just like, scroll, scroll, scroll. Okay, we have Dactyl Nightmare video game wiki. It debuted in 1991 as a virtuality arcade game. What? What do I even look? I'm like, okay, videogames.fandom.com. And then it says, plot, this section requires an expansion. Gameplay, this section requires an expansion. Development, this section requires an expansion. What is that? Oh, what the heck? Arcadehistory.com. Dactyl Nightmare. Search for images of Dactyl Nightmare. Okay. Images of Dactyl Nightmare. Well, this is... Wait. I'm just... Okay, I'm seeing a low enough polygon count that I'm like, okay, this makes sense. But it's occasionally interspersed with just like clearly not classic, like the oh my gosh, wait, is that the classic thing? I need to look up virtuality. Okay, what the heck is the virtuality? First person multiplayer shooter featuring a map on several levels where players compete in deathmatch or capture the flag modes. A pterodactyl flies overhead and occasionally swoops down to pick up unwary players. What? Okay, that's funny. That's funny. What the heck? So it's just a regular shooter, but occasionally just a pterodactyl would be like, ah, I don't like you. I don't... What? I just... Okay, I could show a picture of what I'm looking at. This is... This is supposedly what the virtuality looked like? And I'm like... What? That headset. That's like... You tilt your head forward a little bit and you're instantly going... Like, straight face down. That's like... Oh wait, no, that's why that's the bar, and that's why for the bar in the back, because it's a freaking counterweight. And this was just in arcades? You can pull up the recently announced dim for... I could. Hang on. Like, the comparison is gonna be null unless we can get, like, a side view of somebody wearing it. Oh, here we go. This is from archienews.com? But, as a point of comparison, it's like, it's this versus this. Which, I just had a moment where I sat down and thought, hey, we we haven't gotten that far in the technology, have we? The only thing that changed was we put like we put more pixels into the screen that you put in front of your face. The original 1000 CS and 1000 SD virtuality units were powered by an Amiga 3000 with 4 megabytes of fast RAM and a CD-ROM. That is kind of cool. But I'm still just... He says max HP. Thank you for the HP capacitor. I'm still just... I don't... I just experienced a brief moment of like... We just kind of had this technology like more than 20 years ago. It's all that's changed is the specs. That's it. Nothing's new's happened. It's just has some better capabilities in some ways. And that's it. I I see. Okay. Oh, it of course. The idea of a regular screen hasn't changed in even longer. Yeah, you're right. I just... I'm thinking of a bit from 17,776. For those who don't know, that is the web story. That is a web story. A multimedia web story that is like pitched as the future of football, but in reality it's just like the future of humanity. And like a big point of it at some point is that like once everyone became immortal, they didn't really care about making things better. Like all the cars like each year would be indistinguishable until you're looking at like cars that are millennia apart, trucks, and they look the entire same except like it might have an extra cup holder. And that's how I'm feeling right now. Looking at it and realizing we haven't really iterated on like base concepts of things in a while, have we? Like I see like lots and lots of videos of like people being like, hey, a tech bro's trying to reinvent the train and stuff like that. And it's like, how about a tech bro reinvents the screen? Just, no. Touchscreen device with basically no buttons was the last one. Yeah, that's just... We've been at that point for a long while, and... I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We exited the forest area to enter an area called the Torn Land. And it's gray and it's post-apocalyptic. I'm just like, what the heck? This is still a Pac-Man game. Please let me turn into Pac-Man so I can just be like, yes, I am a small Pac-Man. Doing my duty, surviving in the wild, in the wastes, in the wastes of our lost civilization. Oh my god. I'm just... Oh... This game. This game, it's it's a game. Would I recommend this game to others? Not unless they have the same taste in absurdity that I do. But, like, God, am I enjoying this? Just having a decent Metroidvania to play, followed by the sudden realization of, oh god, this is Pac-Man. Makes me think of, like, for people who are interested, there was a terminal montage video. And the funny thing about this terminal montage video was that it premiered and the title wasn't immediately obvious. All I knew was that there was a video that's premiering. It looks to be like space themed, and you know, it's like cool. And terminal montage is a lot of videos that are like something about this game or whatever, right? Definitely just being a lot of memes for it and having like a lot of fun around it. So you see, it starts out with like, oh yes, just someone in a spacesuit traveling through a space station and whatever. They're trying to collect like battery cells or whatever. Eventually, you see like they enter some light and their spacesuit is yellow, and then you see the design of the helmet and it looks like Pac-Man. And then the title card comes out, it's like something about Pac-Man, and it's like... It's functionally what if Pac-Man but portrayed as Dead Space? Just kind of wild. I had an initial thought that maybe that could be how this game portrays itself. Maybe. But no. So that's been something that's just entered my brain and just stayed there this entire time. Oh, that's bubbling. It probably hurts me. Hey, acid bath! Ow! Oh, I like how they don't even give me a chance to take damage. They're just like, nope, nope, you go right, you leave, bad player, bad player, ah! What the heck is this? Okay, no idea. Hang on, I want to check. Don't need extra stuff for that. I just need 2,500, which I can get. I'm still not at the point where I'm like, I could use some extra ESP. Like, I'm fairly happy with the amount I started with. I feel like there's more immediate, like, bonuses to upping an attack anyways. So, this is gonna be a long way back. Whee! Oh, there's an extra thing there. Heck. Okay, now I'll go all the way back. Hi. The kind of this Pac-Man games, there's been a fair few of ones where it's more or less what you'd expect. For example, 3D top-down Pac-Man, but there have been platformers and very so often some weirder ones. Yeah? I kind of want to know about the weirder ones. Let me know about the out there. Oh gosh, what have they done? Like, I'd be fascinated if, like, Shadow Labyrinth would be the first time that, like, Pac-Man decides to go, like, a darker direction. Because that's been a thing that a lot of different companies tried, like, around, like, Xbox, GameCube, PlayStation 2 era of games. Like, they're like, this one, but darker. Bomberman, but darker. Zelda, but darker. Did Mario ever have a darker? I guess Luigi's Mansion. Possibly Luigi's Mansion with Mario, but darker. You don't even jump. First side view platformer was Pac-Land, an arcade game. Graphics would be described as MS Paint now. Oh my gosh. Okay. Eggy Pug for eating one. I heard that. What? That was like Puck eating an aura. There you go. But you moved much later than I was expecting you to. Yeah. Oh, that's a wall. I usually watch my OBS feed and I was blocked. I usually block the right side, which isn't that big of an issue. That's not most of the game. Except when I start running into a wall. Feed. Oh wait. Yeah. Okay, let me just do it this way. Yep. Aha! Sparkling stone. Yay! I have no idea what those do yet. Yay! Oh, right. It's not just press X. I actually have to move. Not this entire... What if I go over? E! Yep. Ah! I am powerful! Also, I am Clown. This is important. Instead of being... Mention Pac-Man 2, The New Adventures for the SNES and Genesis. Instead of being a maze game like the majority of its predecessors, Pac-Man 2 incorporates light point-and-click adventure game. Huh. Okay. Okay, I'm down. But I thought, no, frick, nope, nah. You stole my stuff! I didn't realize you stole my stuff. I didn't notice that first. Frick. Okay. Like other adventure games, players cannot control Pac-Man directly. He will wander and interact with the in-game world at his own pace. The players use a slingshot to guide or influence Pac-Man to his destination or to track his attention to a specific object. Huh. Oh, frick. Oh, I managed. Ultra hard appetite. Yay. Yay. I like it. Good job. Oh yeah. I was wondering where like the what do you mean I can't okay. I was wondering where like the Pac-Man sections were because I'm just like, hang on, this is still a Pac-Man game, right? We didn't just and I was like, nope, they're the D lines as they're called. Huh? What did you what? This game? This game? The enemy just casually went right through me. I don't know why. But where the heck does the D line start? Oh, hi! No, don't you dare steal my stuff. I don't want my stuff stolen. Let me just grab your materials. I actually played that one. There's a Pac-Man Mario Party. Called Pac-Man Fever. Okay. I find myself lightly interested by that one too. Hang on, I'm gonna heal. We're gonna have advertising. I gotta eat a bunch more, and I'm gonna, like, I'll be back in a little bit. But this is break. Ah! This is break. Then roll, moves, and minigames. Huh. That's... Huh. Okay. Anyways, ah! Wah! Okay. So. Okay. Oh, there we go. That's what happened. So, good things about Pac-Man Versus, but because it's a GameCube Link Cable game, it's hard to actually play. Designed by Nintendo. Ah. Let's see. And Pac-Pix, you control Pac-Man by drawing him. Fascinating. I kind of wanna... Yeah. Yeah. I'm just like, hang on. Pac-Man's been around the block. Granted, it's still... The block isn't big enough for it to be normal for Pac-Man to have dark sci-fi. Thieves' Memories 14. A record by someone named Thief. Puck apparently can't see it. Why? But that still feels like a story thing. Like at some point I was supposed to get like an interaction of like Puck just can't see it, but like apparently not. Any of these copied over to the suggestion box? Yeah. Just overall, yeah, do it. Put it in the suggestion. Wah! Wah! Yeah. There we go. We have the line. We have the D line. How delightful. Wait. This might be a thing. Also, what is this like? Wait, is that the guy? Is that the goal? Is that the goal all the way over there? Yeah. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, was that it? Was that? It's just a quick way back? Is that? Oh, did I activate the D line in the entire area or just that one D line? Oh my god, it was just that one D line. Wait, then how do I? Eh, whatever, it's fine. Not fine. I don't know. Yeah. Ah, got me there. Wee. I was just like, yep, it's Pac-Man. Just in case you forgot. Yep, it's Pac-Man. Let's see. Hello. Yep. I'm still waiting to feel like I have the, like, an actual, like, this is a Pac-Man level. Like, I am 4 hours into the game. Yeah. Granted, there's also Metroidvania, and those can be longer. They can be. Yeah. Just devouring the blood of my enemies. Yay. Okay. Let's... Ah. Hello. Hello, Uppy. How are you doing today? I hope you're not feeling too down. Uh, um... I see that boss. Can I... No? I don't think I can... Maybe I could, like... Oh my gosh, maybe? Are you kidding me? Come on. Come on, I wanna fight, I wanna fight, I wanna fight! Ah! Oh, heck. Well, turns out that was a bad decision. And now I'm out of... I'm out. My pack mech needs a pack charge. Pack. I get more messages, and I'm checking them because I'm worried. Yeah, things are looking... Personal life. Anyways. Okay, so there's a boss, probably, that I can fight. I knew how to get to it. Oh. Look at that. Okay, look at what... That's where we're headed. And it's my life's purpose to get used. That's no tower. It's a giant spear. Understand what that implies? We're up against an enemy so nasty you'll need that to kill it. We have to defeat a Titan to escape this world. Oh my god. Wait. Wait. I summoned you from another world. This is an isekai? You were just a soul until I used my material to create a physical form for you. Oh. I cannot use weapons, which is why I needed you to act on my behalf. I broke you out of that prison so that you could help me fulfill my mission. You far exceeded my expectations. Continue to lend me your strength, number 8. What happened to numbers 1 through 7? What did you do to them? Let's go, we have a long road ahead. Held on for 120 years. This time I'll finish them off. Have they been... Don't look like we can descend from here. Let's find another way. But it's a... Oh my gosh, the game's sucks. No, but I want it! Oh. Will you just, like, stop if I dash? Yes. Okay, game. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yes. At least put a death layer where I was just... Ally identified. Switching to communication mode. Pack support funk butt. Because the prison was mentioned, you see number 8 is a prisoner number, possibly. But, like, we were apparently drawn in from another world and given a body. Pack support. The heck? Amazing! It's been 90 years since we last fought alongside each other, has it not? Our official ID PAC Nix 00446, abbreviated as PAC 00466. Yes, please call me Nick. A nickname. Yes. Yes. That is indeed a nickname. It must have been well taken care of. Perhaps a survivor of the first strike, Operation Ragnarok. Yes, are you also involved in the operation? I can't go into detail, but yes, you and I are more or less in the same boat. Operation Cheyenne Gaia. Hey, how do you know about that? Information of that operation is highly restricted. It's supposed to be top secret. Master was a commander of the first strike. Though I know a bit about the second strike, which was carried out simultaneously. Operation Cheyenne Gaia. No, let's not discuss this any further. Please let me support you in some way. Alright, in that case, are you familiar with this area? We're looking for a way down that cliff. So you wish to descend from that cliff. And there we go. Oh. Jeez. This your passage? Very well. You should be able to descend safely here. I wish to go with you. Wait here. Dangerous. I don't want you slowing us down. I understand. Good luck. It's just like, okay, there's a giant spear. You're gonna fight. You're gonna fight a titan. Right? That was the thing. Come on. Come on, I know you're there. I know you're there, come on. Aha! Wow. The slow moving platforms, let's go. I got it. Every time it's like, I got a spine. I'm like, okay. I got a spine. I got a spine. Oh, you know, I guess I could go into like being ecologically friendly. Collect enough spines to make a spine tree. Anyway. Go wappa. Wait. Do I need this one for something? Wait, can I break through those blocks? With the boulder? Boulder time! Yeah! Well, that does work. Nice. What about over here? Oh, there's what? Wait. Oh. Shortcut. Nice. Can't go there, but I can go down here. Open up the way. Yeah. Yeah. Nom nom. Get some iron in your diet. Ah. Immediate death. Oh my gosh. It's just, I'm just like, we need to kill the Titan that annihilated everything. I'm just oh. I can't move you. Wait. I might have to get the big mech to do it. Okay, the only question is how... Game? This doesn't seem right. I don't feel so good. I see. Okay. That happened. Nom nom nom. That was, okay. Let's go see if I can charge up the mech and then see if that's what I need to do. Except I'm not seeing enemies. Ow! Okay, that was rude. That was rude. Game. Normally, if the players find a secret, you let them do something with the secret. Like, I can't walk on the platform. Yep. Okay. That. Okay. Up, game. Game. I did it, but that was a bit rude. Ow. I still don't have fully charged. Wait. Ah, frick. What would fully charged weight look like anyways? Like, however you want to interpret that, what would it look like? Like, would it be a box that weighs heavier? Because, like, it's like mechanized weight? Or, I don't know, maybe something like that? I almost have a charge up back. Also, yeah, that seemed like the game being like, hey, you can go back and charge up your stuff. a save point nearby? There's not. Oh dear. I didn't beat him. How much I lose? All the stuff in the map is still collected, so... Well, the map is still there. I have the shortcut still. That's what's important. Do I have the shortcut still? Also, it took away all my freaking charge! Oh, I do have the shortcuts. Away all my mech charge. Hmm. I can show you the world? Don't you dare close your eyes? Flying carpet ride? Oh, what's up here? Yeah. Ah. We have no reason to use it. Unless if I wanted to up my ESP, I guess. Oh. And so now I'm back here. But I can't do things back here because I need one item that deals with the blue things that hang in the middle of the air. Eh. Wait, no, that's not the button. This is button. I got a spine. Yeah! Ow. Yeah. Yeah! Good job on eating one, Puck. Good job. I do remember at one point hearing the shopkeeper say that, like, she would be back. Or they would be back. I actually didn't pick up a gender. That they would be back. It's just I haven't seen them and it's been a few hours now. Yeah. Yeah. No, you don't. Don't you dare. I know I'm low on health. Well, not anymore, but I was low on health. Oh. What? I wasn't expecting that. Okay. I completely missed. Nope, not that way. That way, thank you. Okay. Oh my gosh. Who decided that all of these things needed to dip in acid? Like, what are they supposed to be doing? Like, treating something in acid? I haven't... Uh-huh. Okay, well, there's one thing I could do. I couldn't. Okay. I couldn't do it. One thing I could do. Oh yeah, that is absolutely the solution. Okay. I can move the book. Oh yeah. This is perfectly reasonable use of the mech. Game? Game? Hang on, I gotta transfer back. I gotta know! Ah! Well, I tried. Something. Wait, what was it? Oh, no, I could only push it. I couldn't lift it. It's, Now, save complete. Yay! Nom nom nom! At one point, there was a promise of like a shop. Oh, hi! Oh, you're an enemy gauntlet. Nom nom. Ba da ba da da da. Yay! Oh, there's more. Hello! Goodbye. And more. Hello. Goodbye. Hello. Goodbye. Wow. Rappa, rappa. Rappa, rappa. Oh, more. Rappa, rappa. Amwa. Bada bada. Bada bada. I'm still waiting for more Pac-Man. Or more Puck-Man. What the puck am I doing? Oh, hey. Oh, frick. I can't... Once again, what the puck am I doing? And we have another place I can't go without an item. Ah, cutscene. Somewhere this remote should be safe. Let's take a rest. To be fair, there was like enemies in the other room. Plus acid. Come on. Nom. Please wait. just want to talk with you. Okay. Why are you following that robot? I don't know. It's Pac-Man. I can help you, so please. Break your alliance with that robot. No. Don't talk to me? I don't think I can talk? What are you doing? Think about what I said. I don't want to fight you. Bye. Seriously, this isn't the time to slack off. Easy Enemy, this confirms it. Don't let us sweet talk you. As far as that was considered, that was a load of nothing. I'm just like, what are my motivations? Like, I don't want to fight you. It's like, oh, okay. I can help you. What do I want? Game? What's, like, what do I want? Ah, frick. No. I try that again. Yeah. Oh. There was no point. There's no point at all. Like, I'm just like, I don't know what my character's motivations are. It might have been said earlier, and I just completely glossed over it because I'm like, Pac-Man! Yeah. That could be what happened. Oh, hi. Wait. Yeah. Yay. Oh, hi. Oh, hey, you're back. Yeah. Well, I did defeat you mostly with just the mech. Yay! But the bosses, it's like you devoured their soul or something. Like with the other enemies, it's like, yeah, whatever, just eat your body. That's fair. But for the bosses, like, no. No, I must eat their souls. Like, I see, I guess? Huh. Eh. Let's see, if I were to teleport back, I could go here. Yeah. If I charge up the mech and I find another warp spot, I'm just gonna go back there for the thing. Uh-huh. Am I gonna get a double jump or something? An ability that takes me more uppies. Huh. I have 2100. Nope. Far from it, no leads. I have no idea what to do. Let's keep going. Up. Uh-oh. Ah! I'm at the ceiling. Ah! Uh-oh. I'm now back down from the ceiling. Oh, hi. And it looks snazzy. That's right. Best VTuber can touch grass. My power is unrivaled! I see that orange. Yaha! Aha! Wow, you have 2 lions. IRL, I would be fairly dead if 2 lions came at me. And I only had a sword. I didn't get the nom that one. Aha. Sparkling sound. I have absolutely no idea what that is. What the use for that is. I keep getting sparkling stones. Aha. I also keep having no use for sparkling stones. I see the spikes above and the pit below. And I can only assume if this isn't an elevator, it's a trap. There's an elevator, okay. Aha. I almost have the... Oh dear, ship mine path? I almost have the, like, the mech charged up, so I'm gonna go back and do this. Yay! No, I want to take your stuff. Yeah. Almost. Right, yeah, that was a thing. Yeah. Okay. It's still rude that this drops straight into acid, like, haha! I go straight into acid, ha! Ow. I don't like the look of that one. Wagga 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 wagga. And there's Boulder. And I go, how'd you... Yeah. Yeah. I can save there, and then I can be like, waka 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 waka. Ah, this is that thing. Okay. Yeah. Oh, frick, it's an enemy gauntlet. I can't double jump. I keep on trying to double jump. I forget this character doesn't have estrogen, and thereby lacks the ability to double jump. Yeah. HP capacitor, yay! Waka 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 waka. That covers apparently aren't enough. Eh. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? Wait a second, wait a second. I'm just like, yeah. And then I'm like, wait. For double jumping? Wait a second. Oh, right, yeah, I can transport from me. Yes? Ah, yes! That works well. Wait, I can enhance. Aha! Level 5! And then this one for level 3000. And I'm still at the base power for like ESP up, and I'm just like, yeah. There's not really a point. I don't see a point. But, wait. Hall of the Conqueror. I go left. Oh, hi. Why are you here? I thought I told you to stay behind. Wait. The pack bot is up there. Oh my gosh. Oh. What is the meaning of this? Did you sell us out? I brought them here, just as I was told. You promised. Our promise. My master. Oh. Ah, frick. Yes, classic. Willem Ong. Okay. Hello, Willem. But they took advantage of him. What he did was an unforgivable. I'm sorry. I'm so lost on what the plot is. I'm just like, what? Real venture nonetheless. What is what? I must have missed something. Right? Let's go. I have no idea what the plot is supposed to be here. Like, it's something. The plot exists. Do I know what it is? No. You appear to do nothing unless I actually attack you there. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, well, yeah. Yeah. Yeah? So if you're not gonna actually expose stuff that I've seen yet, would that be an issue with this game? If I haven't seen it yet, then like, I don't think that would be necessary for me to know. Like, that would just be like, okay, you know, I haven't seen it yet. It's not something I've missed. If it's something I've missed, then it's like, okay, I do want to know. Alright, yeah, you do that. This is an incredibly underwhelming boss. I'm just like, okay. I'm like, after playing Silk Song for a while, I'm just like, yeah, this is a boss. It exists. Oh yeah, I have that. Ah. Yeah. Go away, Willem. Bye, Willem. Bye. Following Wikipedia paragraph says stuff that you had apparently missed, but then goes on to recognize. Okay. Oh, nom. In the real world, someone is seen playing a game on his console in an unnamed city, suddenly vanishing, led by an Oloid. He awakens in a prison in the form of a hooded, armless body. A robot shows up and introduces herself as Puck, noting that this is her 8th summoning attempt. Harry, yes. She takes him to a sword, but he can't pick it up, so the Oloid grants him his prosthetic arm, and he equips the sword. Okay. Press L to activate. I can parry it. Okay. So like has summoned. So we are. This is truly an isekai. Okay. So it's an isekai. Got it. Have you been to a black tower yet? No, I've seen one on the horizon though. This is a gravestone? Why did you do it? He promised to bring my master back. Their miracles can bring master back to life. Possible. Once you've died, you stay dead. Why did you believe him? ESP. If the ESP is strong enough. ESP. You're desperate enough to grasp at any straw, no matter how implausible. Master, I'm sorry. No. But I've been guarding it all this time. Did well. Rest in peace by your master's side. I'm sure your master will forgive you too. Did you think I'm that naive? I see. What? What? Why did you say, do you think I'm that naive? Oh, hi. Oh, wait, if we go back and it's not there, it is there. Hi. Yeah. Activate. Save complete. Yay! Yay! Hey! Hey! Yay! Oh! Yeah. Aha! Hey, hang on. Sword! Wah! Let me get the pellet! Let me get the aura! Ha! Last time on Wikipedia doesn't seem to mention Nick at all. Huh. That's... okay. Soldier's Log 09. A journal written by a soldier over 100 years ago. Why did they come here? Okay. Okay. I've gotten logs? Do I know what the logs go to? No. Do I have any idea what they do? No. I feel like there was supposed to be some kind of story mode with the logs, but it's like, no. Sparkling soda, I still have no idea. Maybe it's like, maybe it's an important detail that I don't know what the main character's like motivation is. This pulling air from another world. Oh, giant black tower. Oh. Yeah. Just see, ever so often, Puck will like eat the thing and it'll go. Bruh! Although I guess at this point, if Puck is confirmed to be girl, then we're looking at Miss Pac-Man and not just Pac-Man. I'm numb. Oh, it's... I'm just like, it's an isekai. It's a dark sci-fi Pac-Man Metroidvania isekai. Or Miss Puck, I guess. Yeah, yeah. Yeah? This is the place. Let's go. We're trying to get to the very top. I've marked the location on the map. There's no telling what it's like inside, so be on your toes. Aim for the top of the tower. Okay, now we're... Oh, we're back at the sci-fi part! Rather than the post-apocalyptic wasteland, we're back at the sci-fi. It might still be post-apocalyptic, depending. Yeah! Hi. Looks like it doesn't work. We'll have to use it to go up. You'll have to activate the auxiliary power in order to go up. First, we'll need to find the auxiliary power source that powers this elevator. Where did this Miku soul come from? There wasn't one here before. Okay, game. Like, what are you trying to insinuate there? Like, what's the insinuation there? Also, is this like the end of the game? Is like it just goes all the way to the Black Tower, and then we're good? I was like, hang on, hang a bit on, hang a bit on. I'm gonna go back a little bit. Hang a bit on. I still don't have an ability. And I'm just like, I thought it would. Do I want the question answered? No. Hang a bit on. Hang a bit on. Advertisements. But whether the Black Tower's the end? Eh. Okay, yeah, so the plot summary on the Wikipedia was expanded. One big change. No citations, and before that, robot was referred to with they pronouns. Sketchy AF. You fix the temple in new code. I took a look at it. I think it will work. I am gonna like continue streaming though, and like take another look at it later on like my own time. Yeah. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. But yeah, I'm taking a look at the map, and it's like there's like massive area of like this looks like something that has been unexplored for the most part. And I'm just like, okay, so we are probably looking at like we're not close to the end of the game. We're not close to like anything. We don't know how to interact with the Pac-Man mazes yet. We don't know how to interact with like really anything. We have like the blue floaty things that we can't do anything about. And it's like, okay. But yeah, I will say this, right? Once we get that version of the code running and working, I will transfer over my regular stream code to be like the version that's on GitHub. Just so that like we can make sure that whatever public version goes out there has to be able to work with me as a playtester. Eventually we'd have to like push for like, I don't know, asking someone else to be a playtester for the stuff. See if it works for them, you know? This is the auxiliary power. Activate it. Okay. Good. This should get that elevator from a while ago working. Let's move on. Yay. Boss? Slave reactor still in one piece. That's really what? What? Why do you call something the slave reactor? Oh, okay. Okay, that's suspicious. Maybe that's an actual name for something. Something for the to-do list is getting the username to not be hard-coded so someone else can use it. Yeah. That is indeed on the to-do list. The ship's security is up and running? Yay. Ish. Oh. Yay! Nothing suspicious here. Nothing suspicious at all. Oh, this enemy is not happy about this. Yay! MSA 701. Okay. Ah. Yeah. All right. I guess I kind of have to go at them from above. Ow. Yeah, there we go. Nom nom. Okay. If you got it. And what are you? Oh my gosh. I gotta want to eat you. MMA 450. You got it. So, I'm... Oh. Doggy time? Doggy time. Doggies are going too. Yeah. Doggy time. So now I just kind of look back and just... Yeah. Where would the, where would the, like, merchant have been? Like, maybe somewhere around... Oh, probably around there, maybe? Or back here? Wow. There's a lot to the remote prison that I just didn't see. It could turn out that I'm actually near the end of the game, and it's just like, yeah, you didn't really play the game. You just kept going. Wanted you to go back and see things, not just... Or maybe we wanted to see you to explore everything more. Ha ha ha! Yeah. Ah! Sudden sword! Like, look at this Pac-Man. Sword! Yeah! Pac-Man followed by Swordman! Ow. Okay, that sucked. Yeah. Wait, no, I want to go up. Yeah, there we go. No, no, I can't eat them. They are not edible. Whee! Rapapa! Sword of Pack! Beware the sword of Pack. Sword of Pack. Ah! Oh, this is kind of sad. I took one step behind the robot, completely useless at that point. Just completely and utterly meaningless. Oh. Wait, why did I go through there? Why did I go through there? Oh, yeah. Hello? Oh, hi. That doesn't feel safe to go on those. I have to though, but like I thought for certain they were just gonna lead to death. You know. Rah! Ah, I can't do that. That would be silly. Awesome, but silly. Ow. Dang it. Come on. Nope. Frick. Oh, I can break your shields that way. Uh-oh. Ah! No, I can't. Ah! Dang it. What? It's okay. Yeah. Delicious. Delicious robot metal. Ah. Hey. Rapa. Hello there. How you doing? Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah. Ah, frick, nope. I don't want to be dead too. I don't want to be dead too. Ow. Bye-bye. Nom. Frick, I missed the second one, but it's fine. Behold. Pac-Man! Yeah! Waka waka waka. Right, that's the noise that Pac-Man makes. I take this over here and I could jump up there? Yay! Yay! Oh, frick. Wait, no, that was easy. What am I worried about? That was ridiculously. Back. Stabby. Stabby. Nom. Right. On a scale of 1 to 10, my interest in the story is like a 3. like seriously. My interest in the story is like a 3. I'm just having fun playing it at this point. But then again, it's like it's the kind of fun playing it that I would have fun with like any decent Metroidvania. Ah, boss battle. Well, Gauntlet. Yeah. Nom. Nom. Yay. Okay, now I basically just have to go and like... there we go. Yeah. Oh, surprise! Just aside, like, I'm gonna talk about something. This reminds me of like a bunch of YouTube videos I just started watching. Where it's a dude basically going through like the Mario games, some Zelda ones, and saying, hey, if a regular human being were to be stuck in this situation, how likely is it that they would have been able to like do all the stuff, right? Most commonly the answer is they wouldn't have been able to, like, hacking Mario makes 20 feet high jumps regularly kind of deal. And you can't expect humans to do that. Traditional Pac-Man had a story, but not when he cared about... Ah. True. Like, you didn't play Pac-Man for the story. Or at least cutscenes. Ah, yeah, they did have cutscenes. I mean... There, you're just like, ah, yes, cool little, like, extra animations of, like, hey, things happening. Ow. keep on forgetting that doesn't do any damage, just gets me hit. Okay, fine. I guess jumping at the enemy does me damage. But it does do damage, technically. Yay! Save. Suspiciously large room. Save point in the middle. Hi. You'll be able to reach the top without opening this. Don't worry about it now. That's right. Oh, we are so coming back here later. Holy cow. Like that is the biggest sign that we're basically gonna be going back through this area later. That was the wrong button. Frick. Whee! Okay, that is... Ah! I got electrified! Yay! I'm still sitting here thinking about like, hey, this is an isekai game, and it's like, this is one of the more egregious examples of why this didn't need to be an isekai. Why is it? Like seriously, it's like there's just nothing. There's nothing. There's no point for this to be an isekai. But it is. Which is kind of absurd in its own right. Just more absurdisms. Yay. Oh, there's something up there. Okay, how do we get up there? Did I go this way? Ah! Stab. Stabby stabby. Whee! Okay, based on the position of where I am right now, it's like, if I want that extra thing down there, I'm gonna have to figure out a way to get up from here. I don't see a way. I guess this might be one of the things about like, okay. I have like a couple suspicions what like extra abilities are going to be. One is going to be using those tablets that are basically like, hey, play at Backman level. That's what I think there. Another one is double jump. I think we're gonna have a double jump later. And then there's the blue floaty grapple points, I think. Yeah, I think we're gonna get grapple. So double jump, a grapple, and access to the tablet extra like Pac-Man things. That's all I can really think about like for extra abilities right now. Other than like some of the combat ones, which fair, they've all been combat ones to the point. Oh hi. Oh hi. Oh hi. Yay! Maybe with that removed, now it's a different situation down there? Oh, it is. Oh, it is. It is a different situation. Vaguely. Doesn't make any sense to spare someone that makes it sensitive, but there We can do it other ways, yeah. Ow. Ow. I've just... I tapped how the frick? Okay. I need to be actually like... I went too soon. Stab it. Yeah, I can heal. Okay, cool. Now it's easier to get here. Yeah. Sparkling stone. I have no idea what those are for still. No freaking clue. Yeah. Yay. No. I'm just like, hang on. I don't. Wait. Nope. Okay. More and more. I'm just like, hey, we're gonna go back through this area. Like, I'm pretty darn certain we're gonna keep backtracking. Oh. Yeah, that's the... I just took a look and I'm just like, ah. That's a lot of distance to make. Oh my gosh. Oh no. This is... No! Okay, I thought that would be a lot more annoying than it was. You know, just to make my life a little bit easier. Let's go back and let's kill the enemies first. Yay! Ow. Gotcha. Hang on, I just want to grab your... I want to grab your guts. Quite useful. Yeah. Dang it. I overshot. Hang on. Whee! Yep. Ah. Yeah. Waka 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 waka. Uh-oh. Whee! Oh, this... Wait. Game. There's a secret opening, though. Okay, let's see. Hello, Miku Soul. Yay. Thank you, Soul. Looks like there's an elevator control panel just beyond the gate. My authentication code still isn't working though. Well, nothing we can do about that. Bates' crew should have had an access code for that gate. Let's look for that. Yay! Oh look, there's an elevator. I suspect it's not running. We'll need to activate the auxiliary. Wait, 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 what do you mean we'll have to? What, we activated the auxiliary? I okay. Okay. I guess. Yeah. 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 Fire laser at the wall. Dab, dab, dab. Yeah. Hang on. Boop. And what? Wap, ba ba ba. Ba ba da ba da ba 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 da up. Ow. Ba. I'm just thinking about, like, I saw it multiple hours ago, the shopkeeper. That I haven't seen the shopkeep since. Sparkling stone. Yeah. There was like a small point in time where we saw humans that we talked to them, and then like Thieves Memory 3. Huck apparently can't see it. Why? I still don't know what that entire thing is about. Hang on. Item. What? Buzz, no info. Memory. Memory. Eve's memory 3. Once again, I was top of my class this semester, and yet it means nothing to me. Being stuck as a cadet won't get me anywhere, no matter how good my grades are. I want to be a commander. Not just that, I want to complete important missions and join the root unit. Be more than just backup for my sister. That's what I really want. Then she won't be able to ignore me anymore. I'll teach her to look down on me. Those years of showing her up were what kept me going all this time, but then they said she went missing. The information isn't public yet. They only told me because I'm her sister. All I heard was that there was some kind of accident when she was testing a dimensional warp drive developed by Newcom. Namco Noobcom. Hey. Incorporated. Why would they say she's missing, not dead? It doesn't make any sense. I'd have an easier time knowing how to feel if she had just died. Maybe I would have even been chosen to fill her now vacant position in the root unit. What the hell do they mean by she's gone missing? Where did she disappear to? I pressed Central Command for details, but they wouldn't tell me anything. Said I'm not authorized to know more. What happens if she really is gone? What happens to the root unit? UGSF to me. Keeps memory. How incredible. I haven't given up yet, even after 7 failures with dimensional warp summoning. Oh, yeah, okay, this is Puck. This is Puck. despite barely being able to maintain my body and sense of self. Here I am, still trying to crawl up from the edge of despair without getting swallowed up by it. Oh, I am trying to do 8th summon. How resilient, how noble. With nobody else to see me, I wish I could raise my voice to cheer me along. You go, me. Doing great, me. Then those creeps get in the way. The G-hosts. Gamp's little minions, the source of my suffering. I have no way to fight the G-hosts right now. If only I had a body, I could help. Not being able to do anything to help is insanely frustrating. The G-hosts forced me to abandon the base that I was preparing to host the 8th summon. There's no other choice. Even still, the G-hosts kept up the pursuit. In the end, I was forced to dive into an area that was difficult to leave once entered. It may have been what the G-hosts wanted all along. By the time I realized this, it was too late. I was already trapped in its dungeon. A dungeon that I, in my current state, could never escape alone. Still, I would not give up. In one corner of this dungeon, I found the ruins of a UGSF ship, gathered up any usable parts, and began making a device to anchor a summoned soul. I even found a strange sword. Apparently, one would need to use ESP to wield this weapon. I've seen several weapons and structures made of similar materials on this planet. I don't know why the sword is mixed in with the ruins in such a way that I could easily find it. There's something strangely familiar about that sword. I wonder if there's a way to summon someone that could use that sword. With all my heart, I hope there is too. I couldn't keep up with me as I fled from the G-hosts. Although we were physically separated, our minds were still connected. Everything I see, hear, do, and think about is all conveyed to me. It seems like I remain oblivious to me because of how frail my existence is. Sorry, me. I wish I could do more. That'll change once I get a body. Just wait. I finally got a body! Now I can finally help me. I can help me. I was racking my brain wondering how I could get one. I couldn't do much otherwise. When I suddenly heard a voice calling out to me from within. It seemed to be a man's voice, but when I tried to recall anything more about it now, it fades away. I can't remember any details, but I seem to remember asking if I wanted to help myself. Naturally, I answered back yes. Before I knew it, I had a body. I had no real expectations what it might have looking like, but it turned out to be the spitting image of myself at 16. I remember those days clearly. I was working tirelessly to become useful to my sister. Honestly, I didn't like being compared to my sister, but I was a good girl and never showed those feelings. I was so innocent, never thinking my own sister would betray me. Why I wound up reverting to this body, I don't know, but it doesn't matter. That's not what's important. All that matters is that I have some kind of physical body. Now I can help me. Just you wait, me. I'll be there in no time. I felt like someone was looking at me, but when I panickedly looked around, no one was there. I'm just not used to this body, and it's throwing me off. I need to hurry up and get used to it. And we have a soldier's log. This is a message for any UGSF soldiers who find themselves here. Day 248 since leaving the base, enduring the relentless bull run. Okay, I'm not gonna keep reading because it's like those are like half. There's like way in the middle of like whatever ongoing story. I still have more oh, I have a lot of tutorial stuff. What the heck? Okay. I am multiple hours into the game. And there's still tutorial. Yay! Although I've heard that's a common thing with some games, like some Metroidvanias, is that like you'll just end up with like tutorials all the way until like the very end of the game. Ding! Oh, there's totally a secret over there, right? Yeah! Heck! Well, I've got a thing. It's true of Celeste too, despite not being a Metroidvania. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Maybe more of a platform, I think? No. I think, like, there are a lot of platformers that don't do that. Like, Mario. the epitomic platformer. I don't know. Easy way to disprove me would be, like, pointing out a single Mario game that, like, does that. Are there examples of non-platformers that do? Off the top of my head? No. Ah. It's hard. Done. Yep. Oh. What about back? Ah! Oh. Yeah, no, that's nothing. And I wasted all my back charge for that. Yay! Oh. Well, maybe I could have impacted it with a mech from there, but like, yeah, whatever. Yay! Aha! Save point. Which is also a suggestion that I'm like going in the correct direction. So yeah. Wah, 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 wah. Oh. Going in the correct direction. I also can't go the other way, so you know. Oh, I'm getting fairly close. That's it. I can. How are you doing? What were you doing? Also, I see that another raid is gonna pop up. Careful, the raid is gonna get a little quirky. Okay. Hi, Fairy. So what were you doing? How fun is this stream? Oh, right. For everyone new here. Oh, welcome, He, She's, Phase, Ace, and all other Celestial Circus. I am your ringmaster, Celestial Clown. Today we were playing Edgy Pac-Man. This is Pac-Man, I promise. Be careful, the raid is getting a little quirky at night. We did all the classic FNAFs. Nice. We're fighting a boss, apparently. I've got to mention this, though. Today was sister to look at the pizzeria and I'm gonna try it Ultimate Custom Night. I like Pizzeria Simulator. I think it's good. I recently watched a video that was like, basically, hey, what if Freddy Fazbear helped storm the beaches of Normandy? It was that was certainly a watch. It was a watch. It was a watch. But yeah, Freddy Fazbear is defeated in that like what if video by like finding an officer's like birthday cake and feeling appeased by it and thus like passing on. It's such a wild video. It's just like, what even? You know, most of the time when I watch YouTube, it's gaming stuff, right? So most of my recommended is gaming. And then sometimes it's, whatever the heck happens then. You see. Today was the last episode of Freddy on the Fridays. Actively read you. Yep. Freddy Solo's World War II. The idea is that the animatronics can be burned with fire, like their souls can be like ruined with fire, so it's like, in a way, no. There are a lot of really good FNAF fan games, so like, holy cow. I've played a few of them on the stream. Hacking Joy of Creation, amazing. And then we also have like, I forget which one was like the tower defense one was good. There are also romantic visual novels galore. Turns out most German soldiers can be bitten. Who would have thunk? Yeah. Won't accept my authentication code now. Okay, it should open if you have the right security key. A little bit of frustration from Pug. I'm just waiting for like a D-line situation, like a D-line to show up, and I could be like, aha! Done already. Let's get back. I consider trying some various fan games now I played the original. There's Juniors, which is a really good Five Nights at Freddy's like fan game. That's basically like try to like spot the imposter, spot whichever animatronic is like possessed by a ghost, and then like, you know, call them out on it. That one's fun. Let me think. There's a Bite at Freddy's, which is kind of Freddy's, but you legitimately work at a fast food restaurant, and it's like the good old Texas like fast food restaurant. Oh. That's a fun one. That's a very fun one. Sounds familiar. Yay! Hey. Let's see. Joy of Creation is really good. There are a few very good ones. There's a lot of Friday Night Funkin' ones. Ones that are almost exclusively like 3D Gmod animation styles. Where Foxy also broke my snow globe. That's one where you have to quick draw Foxy. Oh yeah, Bite at Freddy's is one where you have to quick draw Foxy. Well, it's not Foxy. I think it's Chica you have to quick draw. Foxy constantly wants to bite the wires. They have to try to make sure Foxy doesn't bite the wires and like electrify the system. They're only fun. Oh, there you go. Pac-Man! Waka 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 waka. Sword! Pac-Man. Sword! Ah! Oh! Yeah. Pac-Man! Anything down here? I just went back to the beginning. Frick! Okay, it's fine. Wait, I don't recognize this. I find this game so silly. Like, without the Pac-Man stuff on it, it would legitimately just be... It would just be a Metroidvania. There wouldn't be a lot more to it. But it's not just a Metroidvania. It's got Pac-Man. And it's also an isekai. Because why not? Dark sci-fi post-apocalyptic question mark? Metroidvania isekai. That was just the reveal trailer, right? Yeah. Yep. Ah, frick! I messed that up badly. Man, I can do this better. I'm not dead. It's just... Oh, I love it. I love it so much. Oh, hi. Let me just nom them up with the giant Pac-Man mech. Pac-Man. Aha! Okay, now I actually have to go up to do things. How dare you, game? You make me go in a vertical direction in my platformer. How dare you? Ah, another shortcut. Nice. Let's... Auxiliary power! It's red generator. If you get that to work, it should get the other elevators working. Hi. But yeah, I'm just kind of like, yay. I'm having a lot of fun with this, which I'm happy I'm having a lot of fun with this, because like, I looked at the reviews on Steam, but the reviews on Steam were mixed, and then some of them were just like, oh, this seems like it's gonna be awful. I've been having fun. Granted, this semi recently did like a big update that basically fixed a lot of the control issues that people were having, and I'm like, maybe that's why I'm not having a bad time. You looked at Oh, you actually said that. Voice acting. And there goes the voice acting. I won't let you go any further. Do you know what it means to activate the sphere? No. But so many innocent souls in harm's way. Do you want to destroy this world? Yes. I'm just fulfilling my duty. Please, don't take away all life from this planet. Cut it out. Oh, here come the tears. I went through a similar phase. Your arrogant self-righteousness makes me sick. Perhaps the future of the Almighty sees really is inevitable. Ah, screw the Almighty and his prophecies. I'll change the future, and tear down your false god. Fine, I'll just have to stop you here. Yay, another boss fight! What's your form this time? Oh? Oh, it's the same as last time. Oh, but you have 3 orbs. Oh wait, I have a mech. What am I doing? Oh yeah, that's what I'm doing. I can't quite hit you with... Wait, no, it's okay. I got this. Yeah! Oh wait, my mech's almost done. Frick. Okay. Oh, that was a lot of damage. That's fine. And... Yeah! Okay, you move fast. I want to do the stunning blow thing, but no. I just have to hit. Ow. Wait. Up. You jumped! How dare you? How dare you jump? Aha! You didn't jump that time! Let me get your stun meter up. I didn't win, but no, I got close. Oh wait, I have parry. What a... I could use it. Oh wait, that had the blue light. I kept parry things with the blue light. Ow. 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 Oh look, I won. And the music in the background. Oh, I can see your face now. Hi. Face. Ah, Puck. I see. That's what it was. Didn't realize you were being manipulated, fool. I mean, you know something? Gonna have to wait. We should prioritize reactivating this for now. Let's go. But wait! What about seeing the face makes you think, ah yes, you're being manipulated the whole time? I don't understand. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Wait, what are these for? They're just an enclosed space. They're nothing can get in or out. Like, what, why? Security key level 1. Okay. Oh, look at that. Yeah. And I haven't seen that mechanic at all in this game. Security keys have not been a thing. Still not running. Let's go back. Okay, so we have the red elevators work now, I guess? Where? Oh, I see. Oxen. Gimbal. Thick gimbal. Thick gimbal. Thick. Ah! Ah! I need to go on break. Need a little bit. Wah! Ah. I'm just sitting here thinking. Maybe the bride with that face? Maybe they were Puck's sister! Aha! Maybe maybe that's the story. Maybe I'm going backwards right now. Yeah. Up. Thank you. I got uppies. Ah! Turn on, thank you. Ah! Quick! No! Ah! Okay, turns out I can't go. I can't quite. Words. They mean things. How dare they? Return to stream saying, "Wah! Am I what? Then I feel I'm just me. I'm also clown. This is important." What would an evil version of me be like? Ah! Now all the auxiliary power sources are up and running. You'll have to activate the yellow elevator in order to reach the top. Yeah. What would an evil me be like? Probably like an evil me would hate clowns and like I don't have a good sense of myself to say what an evil me would be like. Like hate clowns. Maybe an evil me would be rich. Evil me would be rich and we'd be like, ah, I would take all your money. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe? I did not, yeah. No. Oh, I guess oh wait, no, I didn't know what you were doing. I was about to say, I guess I didn't know what Fairy was doing. And I'm like, nope, it was classic FNAF, come on. Are we gonna kill boss? No. Is this boss time? We're getting a save point. The hope is kind of part of my persona. Would boss allow us to be hopeless or maybe pessimistic? Yeah, that might be a thing. That might be a thing. Nothing could ever change. Yeah. We're almost there. They reached the control room for the elevator ahead. Done over 120 years. I hope the gatekeeper doesn't wake up. Yeah, well, you don't have hands to knock on wood, so, oh, hi. I knew it, it's activated. Hi. Been a while. Jupiter Clubs, let me through. Matching subject voice print and parents and database records. Commander ID, UGD, RUY, 014, voice print match. Appearance discrepancy. Yeah. Camouflage detected. Commence elimination. Oh. Stupid clubs. Dang it. Looks like we don't have a choice. Hey, it'd be even worse if UGSF's security system would just let everybody and their mother in without question. Where did that frame come from anyways? Like, everybody and their mother. Ah, frick. Yeah, look at this. Jupiclops! Yay! Oh, we have the shield again. So, this boss fight is basically... Oh my gosh. I'm just imagining, like, this boss fight being, like, you replace Jupiclops with the DVD logo. And it's you fight the DVD logo, trying to force it into the corner. Ah! It has bounced its last bounce. No longer will it distract you from actually watching the movie you want. Frick. The DVD logo is fighting back. Oh no. Beware, the DVD logo's got hands. Frick. Why did you do that? DVD logo's got a grudge against me. Heck. Okay, I know that Jupiclops, whatever. This is no longer Jupiclops. This is the DVD logo. It's got it out for me. Oh, you don't stop attacking me like this, DVD logo. I just want to watch my movies in peace. Yeah. Not Pac-Man, but X? I don't remember that. But whatever, the DVD logo's gotta go. Oh, frick. DVD logo, no! Ah! I just had the entirety of Shrek Shoot being right into my brain! How could you, DVD logo? No, 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 no! Oh! That time was the entirety of Toy Story 4. Can I skip? Can I skip, please? No, I can't. Well, I have Shrek 2 and Toy Story 4 stuck in my brain. No! Ah, frick. I should probably do a better job dodging. Like, how do I win? Dodge. Dragon Ball abridged. Dragon Ball Z abridged. Dodge! Ah! Whatever. I will beat you. You will no, not actually. Nobody uses discs anymore. It's actually very sad. We need to have more physical media so we don't lose like vast reams of like history. But still, nobody uses discs anymore, DVD logo. You have outlived your like origin. People just remember the DVD logo, but you don't actually matter. Ah, frick. Dodge. Nope. You. Nope. Stop. Give me the main menu options. I don't care about the bonus features. Ah, frick. Yeah. That was the wrong way to dodge. Run, 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 run. Run, 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 run. Ah! Run, 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 run. Ah! Dodge. Dodge. No, frick. Dodge. DVD. VHS was better. Except that, you know, you would have the thing with VHS where like it would end up like not frick, ow. Oh no, 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 stop it. As you wish from Princess Bride. Packies. No, DVD longer, please. Wait, I can heal. Aha! Okay. Light up, light up, light up, light up. Ah! Ah! Light up, light up. Uh-oh. Nope, nope, frick. Ow. No, no, ah! Oh my gosh. I don't even want to know what movie that was gonna be. Yeah. You will never make me wear the lead underwear from Zoom, an academy for superheroes. Uh-oh. Ah! Yeah, I think we might be evil. I think Puck might be evil. ESP barrier consumes ESP to generate an enemy field that serves as a temporary defensive barrier. Oh, nice. Nullifies any damage, but each attack received consumes ESP. Ah, when control is held, the ESP will be displayed. Use ADC. Swap between barrier. Okay. Ah, frick. I just look around, let me zoom in. Dog with zoomies. I wanna save. Okay, game. What's the twist? What are you gonna pull on me? Like this is the point in the game where you're gonna give like a twist, right? Buck's evil. VGT RUY 014 Commander Thabe. You are a Thebe. Okay. United Galaxy Space Force Central Command. Under my provisional root units level authority, I ordered the reactivation of Gaia. Uh-oh. Activation complete. Current status report. All master reactors damaged and cannot be reactivated. Slave reactors 1 through 3 operational. Energy reserves currently at 5% capacity. Super Blaster Drill use limit is 3 seconds. Starline use limit is 68 seconds. Which will you use? This is a version of Kicks, the classic arcade game on the web if you'd like to try it. The controls aren't obvious though. Starline selected. Connected to United Galaxy Central Command. Commencing full generator operation on Starline. Connection to United Galaxy Central Command established. Okay. Which is odd because it's a very simple game. Ah. Well, we have 68 seconds. But what's gonna happen in 68 seconds? This is UTSF Central Command, requesting affiliation and ID for use of confidential line. UGDRUY 014, Operation Cheyenne, Commander Theb. Operation Commander confirmed. Please report your current situation. Operation Cheyenne is unable to function properly due to reactor damage. Operation Panzer Gaia has been recovered, but as it has lost 95% of functionality, the next stage of the plan remains unfeasible. Given the circumstances, I, as commanding officer, would like to propose a new strategy. Request denied. Under the authority of Central Command, Starline will be used to forcefully inject energy into Operation Cheyenne Gaia. Forcefully inject? It would mean Gaia will self-destruct and create an opening. Ah, frick. If you had 1 more second, that would be nice. Yeah. But alas, it's not 69. No! We have obtained the planet's coordinates from your transmission. The next operation will be launched within 3 months. Planet Xevious will be destroyed. Whoa, hold on a minute. That means... What is the issue? Are you suddenly considering saving lives? No, I'm not. Just... Yeah? Your sister never would have hesitated. Oh! Oh! You have now set the energy for self-destruction. Operation Cheyenne Gaia. Deactivate end shield. Action approved. End shield deactivated. Uh-oh. Wait a second. Uh-oh. What in the world is happening? Maybe this is another Namco game. Vertical shoot 'em up? Yeah, let's go. What's going on? Uh-oh. I will not allow this. The Almighty. Detecting extra-dimensional terrors. Extra-dimensional tremors is the time to warp away. Stational critical point reached. Dimensional extra-dimensional vibration agrees. That's super logic giant pilot TV system warped. Starlight connection breached. Oh gosh. Okay. Oh, don't tell me that he just warped this entire planet. How's that even possible? I leave the rest to you. You just said that one out loud. Oh, hi! Ah, frick! The commander types, why here? You have done well to lure her here. Long have I awaited the day she'd break the seal. If we neutralize you and this place, the spear will no longer be usable. Oh, Almighty, am I to be judged here as she was? This is... What's happening? Puck? Are you alive? Oh, hi. How high is that little goldie thing from before? Yay! Okay, so what the heck are you? I need a spirit. Okay, bye! Hey, what happened? You saved me, but why? I don't know. I'm an isekai protagonist. I have no idea what's happening. I'm just worrying on doing things.
No way.
I failed! I failed! I failed! I failed! Never thought that it was worth that. But my sister surely would have been able to handle it. Stop comparing yourself to your sister, Phoebe? Regardless, I've completed my mission. Not to quote my sister, but I'm prepared to. You can't compete with the Great Almighty. You might as well give up. Shut it! Don't say such things. Hey, can you explain what's happening? This isn't about you, so stay out of it. Oh, okay. Stop scolding him. It's actually her. Ah, you came with him? Did you fall in love with him when he saved you? Hey, she, her? That is possible. What the? Oh, right. Game developers want to keep heterosexuality alive. Right. That's the... At the very least, I'm truly grateful to you. Thank you very much. I promise to repay you for that. Bye! Did anyone agree to that? Sorry. What just happened recently that I haven't been I should have given you the full picture earlier, number 8. Better late than never, I suppose. Finally! Yes! What is happening? I belong to an organization called the United Galaxy Space Force, UGSF. Kind of weird to have robots perform a heteronormativity when you think about it. Yeah, it really is. Like, come on, game. Come on. We're an army that protects our homeland, the United Galaxy. The United Galaxy has been under attack for many years, so the UGSF has been on the defensive. Come to the conclusion that the heart of the enemy is here in this world. Our foe's name is Gamp, and he is the ruler of the planet Xevious. Large-scale planetary warp just now was also his... I never thought he would warp a whole solar system just to escape. But I thought it was just a planet. What do you mean the whole solar system? My plan was to thrust Cheyenne Gaia straight down Gamp's throat, but now it's possible to get an energy supply from the Starline, an interstellar linkage system. Truth is, without that sphere, we can't reach Gamp. Okay. What should we do now? I'll think about it while we explore the area. Can't end like this. Fate of the United Galaxy rests on me! I got an achievement. Okay. I'm just like... Still a Pac-Man game. Freaking G-hosts. We only saw one G-host, and it was freaking Clyde. Well, that was garbage. But it was Clyde. Nom nom. Yeah. Nom nom. Okay. When am I gonna get more abilities? Like, I've thought for a while I'm gonna get like a grapple, the double jump, and like more Pac-Man, but like you haven't given me it. I'm just kind of like, okay. Also, why does this have to be an easy guy? It's adding literally nothing to the story. It's just like, hey, and also you're from another world. Got it, good. Okay. At all interested in kicks since I I am interested. I am interested. Hmm. Ah, if you could put that in my suggestion box, I would be happy to have it there. On my Discord. Suggestion box. Yeah. What, Papa? Ba-da-ba-da. Direct. Jeez. Think Shy and Gaia had an emergency escape hatch here of all places. Of course, I discovered after I found a way back in. Too bad, so sad. Yeah. You put the controls here and there too. To start F3, then 5, then 1. Controls are arrows and left control and left alt. That is a bit, huh? Oh, Pac-Man section. Wait, how the frick do I reach that Pac-Man section? Like the bottom of that Pac-Man section. What the heck? Like, there's the tab that like activates it right there. Ah! Encounter 50 types of enemies. I got an achievement for. Nom. Oh, hey. Hi. I still don't see any point to upgrading like the amount of ESP I have. They haven't given me a realistic like thing that I would upgrade the amount of ESP I have for. I'm like over 6 hours in, and one of the main upgrades you can go for. I'm just like, I still don't see the point. Oh, frick. I don't know. I've also only seen the shop once. Structure wasn't built by UGSF or the Zevians. What could it be? This structure. It have been built by GAMP. Are we gonna see them? Are we going to encounter G-hosts and stuff? Oh my gosh. They're just the G-hosts. I'm gonna keep thinking about that for a while. G-hosts. As far as you could find was the MAME version. You haven't done much with MAME. You didn't know it had such odd controls. Oh, frick. What the heck? Yeah. Wait. It seemed like you were gonna explode. I ate you anyways. I ate you. It worked out for— What the frick? Why? Uh-huh. Can't unlock it. What could be behind such a highly secured door? That was a door? Oh, hi.
Jeez.
Facility. I've seen something like it before. Okay. Ah! Enemies! Wait. Are they hostile? They haven't drawn their weapons. Sure. Ah, they're not attacking us. That's a good sign. It's a that's that's a lady. That's girl. That's woman. Ah, Asconian, aren't you? I did not realize there are survivors of the United Galaxy. Do not involve us in your barbaric ways. Know that you incurred the wrath of this planet's master by attempting to revive that tower. So you've bent the knee to Gamp, have you? Pathetic. You think you were once known as the Star Destroyers. Say whatever you like. As chief, it's my duty to protect my people. Oh. Hey. What was that? Oh, hi. Oh no, they're coming! Calm down. What will people think if they see you behaving like this? Act in a manner more befitting of the future chief of the Bosconian, daughter. Why are you act? There's something bigger going on than that. We're in serious trouble. There's a freaking enormous weapon heading our way.
Look.
Go take a look and take those guys with you. And look, a save point. Can I please, a Miku soul? It's a Miku soul, please. I need my Miku. I think he'd send the underground mobile fortress, and not guileless. Master's planet seems dead set on you. And it's led by G-Hosta. Let's go. I'm betting Pinky. I'm betting Pinky. They'll acknowledge Gamp as this planet's master. They clearly haven't been brainwashed. In that case. Want to make a deal? Let's work together to smash Nan.Guileless to pieces. Asconian is another Namco game where you control the Starfighter. Ooh. And in return, Asconian antimatter. Still scheming to activate that tower, aren't you? Ha! Why would you listen to anything you have to say? Doesn't take a detective to figure out that you've been humiliatingly trapped here by Gamp's forces for years. Yet you held on to your pride all this time. You've been lying in wait all this time for an opportunity to strike back, haven't you? Both after the same thing. I think that's enough common ground for an alliance, wouldn't you?
Oh.
Very well. Bring that thing down and we'll talk.
Look.
Open up the partition! Take this path all the way to the front line. Nan.Guileless should be just ahead. To Bosconians, strength is everything. Show us what you're capable of. It can also be ink. And if you're low on anything, you should find it for sale at the store. Take what you can get. We have... There's a store? There's a store! But it's not on the map, but there's a store. And I also saw, like, an actual, like, Miku soul over here. Ooh, hi. You're the visitors the chief's been talking about. Nothing to write home about. My name's Satule Sadalef. That's too much for you, just call me Sadalef. I know information of all sorts. It's all yours for a little bit of aura. What do you want to know? Heck. There's figure. That's what you want to know? Fine by me, as long as you pay up. Thanks. I'll let you in on what I've heard. Oh my gosh, it just gave me text. Okay. I once secretly entered the Forbidden Lands as part of a mission. The whole region was covered in red and blue crystals. After climbing the crystal, much for surprise, I saw someone far higher up than I managed to reach. They weren't a Bosconian either. Thought about making contact, but it seems you can't reach that place by ordinary means. Perhaps it's accessible from another location, one that's even higher up. Just idle speculation, really, but if you're curious, maybe give that a try? Wait. So, up. Come again soon. Okay, I assume that's like, you guys were like, later. Yes! Miku-san! The soul of Hatsune Miku is mine! Ah, ha, 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 ha. Alright. I think I'm gonna, like, see what this G-host is. I'm gonna see if it gives me, like, a lot more to do, or if it's just like, hey, here's a boss, fight it. Because if it's here's a boss, fight it, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna fight the boss. If it's there's a lot more before you get to the boss, I'm like, I might just, I might fit, we're gonna see. We're gonna see. Is there a boss here? That is 3 save points in quick succession. Yeah, did you mark on my map word? Ah, this is a big area. Yeah, I think there's gonna be a bunch. Like, okay. Why did I need some... those quick... Such quick and easy ways to go back? Pick me. Dark and edgy, pick me. Hey, I'm up here now. You're not stealing my stuff, you slime. Oh, Thingy. Thingy! Hello, Thingy. How are you? Yeah. Perk capacitor. Increases the maximum amount of perks you can equip by 1 each. I have 1. I have 1 perk. I have had a complete lack of buying shops, and I just barely saw a shop, and it was for information. Admittedly, I didn't go check for more shops, but still. It's like, you can now equip more perks. I don't have any perks to equip, except for the one I have that gives me 2 extra health, and that's it. Yay! I have a perk that gives me extra health. That's it. Hi. Casual bat murder. What the heck are you? Yum. Infested bone fragment. What? Okay, game. I'm gonna need an explanation on that. I'm gonna need an explanation on that. Oh, Buzz. What was that? Slime, Aura Slime, Land Urchin, Steel Urchin, Pod Pie, yeah, goodbye. Oh, there we go. Infected Charger. A Balrog warrior infected by a brain parasite. That's one heck of a brain parasite. What the heck? I made your brain the size of the rest of your body. It's lost his food and is now its loyal servant. The oversized brain disproportionately growing on his body blocks his sight, but does not impede combat. Oh, you can't even see? Huh. Okay. This must be the Zevians' army's frontline base. According to the Bosconians' intel, now not Gaunis is anchored here at this base. Now's a chance to seek forward. Let's go. Gotten the gist of the security system. There's a slot for something here. This might not be so straightforward. I'm guessing it's a yellow orb. I'm hecking loving this game. I'm hecking loving this game. This game is so... It's so absurd, and it's awesome, and I like it. Hecking. Oh my gosh. I think I want to raid out. It's been a long stream. Yay! But this is fantastic. Oh my gosh. I absolutely adore Shadow Labyrinth. Oh my gosh. It's just... Oh, it's delightful. It's delightful. So, let's see. I'm taking a look at different streamers who are live right now. And I'm like, who do I raid? I have to suspect that we're the only ones playing Shadow Labyrinth. Let me check real quick. Let me check. Who's playing Shadow Labyrinth? Is it just me? Others. Let's see. Not quite a VTuber, so... Okay... Yeah, one streamer was streaming, but was like... begging for, like, Valve to send over... stuff? And I'm like... Also not a VTuber, and I'm like, okay. Let's see... I'm trying to figure out who do I raid. I don't feel like I've raided, well, a bunch of people recently. Yeah, here we go. I know who to raid. I know who to raid. Anyways, thank you all so much for watching. Please remember to always be awesome, always be kind, and keep observing something silly can happen. Like, I plan on streaming Sunday. My brain is saying, there's something you forgot about Sunday. I'm like, I don't remember what it was. Anyways, stream Sunday. Gotta be a game fish though. What? Be there to make me play a game of your choice with either public imagination points, of which we are very low, or just, you know, your personal, like, channel points. Yeah! I'm very excited. Anyways, raid the message. Hackback will eat you now! Anyways, the raid message, make sure to copy it, paste it, put a friend emotes you want at the beginning and end of it. And I hope to see you Sunday. Bye! Yeah!